Well, I know a lot of you are trickling in because of the fog, and we really appreciate your patience. That's why we're starting a little bit later today. We still have some folks coming in. Okay. We're going to get started in just one moment. Thank you all for being patient. You guys are really quiet. That's great. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to call this meeting to order for Thursday, January 15th of the Fresno City Council at 9:12 a.m. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, good morning. Councilmember Perea.
Present.
Council Vice President Arias, excuse me.
Presente.
President Carbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Vang.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
With 7 members being present, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Next is the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The pledge will be led by Councilmember Richardson. Will everyone please stand? The invocation today will be by Dr. Jerome E. Jackson from the Christian Community Baptist Church.
Provider of all wisdom, we come before you with appreciation and gratitude. Divine Creator, we thank you for our city. We thank you for our city council. We thank you for our elected officials. Thank you for the individuals that make our city the great place that it is. Thank you for civil government. We pray that our civil servants will acknowledge their calling and perform it faithfully. As we gather for this council meeting, we ask for your wisdom and your guidance. We pray for this council meeting today. Give all the council members wisdom and guidance as they deliberate on the items before them. May every decision be righteous in your sight, for our benefit and for your glory. Grant our leaders clarity, understanding, and a sincere desire to serve all citizens with justice and compassion. Grant that our leaders will never neglect or abuse their authority, but they would stand firm for truth and justice. Keep all of our first responders safe. Keep our mayor and our law enforcement professionals from harm as they serve our community. May the discussions of this council be productive, the decisions righteous, and their work lead to the good for our community. On this occasion, the distinguished council gathers to serve the people of our city. We ask for a spirit of unity among us, that they may set aside personal differences for the common good. Grant this council the wisdom to see the needs of our community clearly and the courage to make decisions that reflect justice and integrity of all citizens. On this day, let us value and celebrate our diversity. We recognize the distinctive gifts that each council member brings to this meeting. Help us to cherish our interdependence as we work toward a common purpose and service for every resident of this community. We acknowledge the gravity of the responsibilities this council possesses. These council members are grateful for the opportunity to work together and to ask for clarity of mind and comparison and compassion of heart. May the words and comments of each council member be filled with respect. May their actions lead to the flourishing of our great city. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Good morning, Fresno. Happy New Year. If you're able, please remain standing, removing your head coverings, face your left, not right. Place your right hand over your heart. Current former military, welcome to present the military salute and salute.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much, Dr. Jackson. Next, we move on to approving the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from today's agenda?
Yes, there are. Thank you. With regard to the 910 item, ID 26-5, regarding hearing to consider annexation application number P24-02150, relating to approximately 1.89 acres of property located on the south side of West San Jose Avenue between North Maroa, was tabled with no return by staff. Item 2B, ID 26-58, regarding actions pertaining to the salary range for executive assistant to the city attorney, was tabled with no return by City Attorney Andrew Jans. Several items have been moved to the contested consent for further discussion. Item 2D, ID 26-26, regarding actions pertaining to the First Amendment for the Capital Projects Department's on-call consultant service agreements, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Maxwell. Item 2T, ID 26-24, regarding authorizing the submission of a grant application for up to $500,000 from the State of California Office of Traffic Safety to fund the procurement, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Maxwell. We also had additional items. Item 2G, regarding approved contract change order number 4 with Floyd Johnston Construction Company Incorporated, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Richardson. Item 2O, regarding the award or requirements contract for Sexual Assault Kit Initiative Grant 2024, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Richardson. And item 2S, regarding actions pertaining to a sewer connection to serve the Three Palms Mobile Home Park, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Richardson. These are the extent of my changes.
Thank you so much, Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from the agenda? We'll go in order. Councilmember Perea? Okay. Council Vice President?
None today, Council President.
Thank you. Councilmember Maxwell? Okay. Councilmember Vang?
Yes, I do, Council President.
Got it.
I'd like to move from consent to discussion, agenda item 2W, that's 2 as in Williams, from consent to discussion. Thank you.
All right, so item 2W as in William, moved to contested consent. Thank you so much. Councilmember Richardson? Items?
Council President.
Gotcha. Councilmember Esparza? No items, okay. All right, it's a good start to the new year.
Council
Okay.
President,
Yeah.
before you, could somebody just repeat the letters one more time for the
Sure.
ones that weren't on our list? I'm
Only
hurting
one
right
we
now
have
to
is
make sure I got them.
2W right now, the council, other than items 2B, D, and T. Is that correct?
2B.
I also read into the record items 2G, 2O, and 2S.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Got it. And then I'm going to have the city attorney provide one notice, please, at this time.
Thank you, Council President. Today, I'm respectfully requesting that we adjourn in honor of former city employee Christina Therian, who we lost on New Year's Eve. She was a valued member of the city attorney's office.
Thank you very much, city attorney, for that. And you have our condolences, and so does her family. Thank you. Okay. With that, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Second.
Moved by the Council Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Richardson. Any opposition to that motion? There being none, the motion to approve the agenda passes 7-0. Thank you so much. Now, normally we would go to our proclamations, which is why I think most of you are here today. But we do have something that we do every year, and that is the election of the council president and vice president. This year was a little bit different. We will be having an open process for the elections, but we're going to start with public comment. So if anybody is here to comment on this item, it's the 9 a.m. 2026 City Council election. Please do come forward at this time. Okay, last call for, you have kids here, I shouldn't have said that. Last opportunity to comment on the 2026 elections. Okay, we're going to close public comment and bring it to the council. I have punched up first Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you.
And then Council. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I would like to put forward a nomination for Councilmember Carbasi as president and Councilmember Esparza for vice president.
Okay, there is a motion on the table for both council president and vice president.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I will accept the nomination. Councilmember Esparza, do you accept your nomination?
Sounds great to me.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. With that, there is a motion and a second on the table. Any other council members punched up? Seeing none, any discussion among council members? Oh, Councilmember Vang.
Thank you. Before we take action on this motion, I just want to say thank you to Council President Carbasi. For some of you may not know, I came here in April of 2025, being the newest council member here. And luckily, by proximity, I'm right next to him and also next to Council Member Esparza, who have combined, I believe, close to 14 years sitting here on the dais. So they helped me tremendously, took me by the hand, and helped me navigate the City Hall systems. And so before we have an opportunity to vote on the incoming Council President and Vice Council President, I want to say thank you to current Council President Carbasi for all of you done to help me transition into this position as smoothly as possible. So I want to say thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
I truly appreciate the kind words, council member, and it's been a pleasure working together, and I look forward to our next year together, too. Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, there being none, any opposition to the motion? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to the next item, we have our, Amy, you want to change the plaques now? Okay. And then at this time, we're going to move forward. Oh, I do want to make one thing. I'm sorry. Councilmember Arias, I want to thank you for your year of service as Council Vice President. Your year of service is not over at this city, for darn sure. I look forward to the work we're going to do over the next year. You have been very supportive to me in my time here, and I just want to offer my sincere gratitude to you for picking up whenever I drop the slack a little bit. Thank you for that, Councilmember. Okay, moving on to our next item, which is the fun part of the meeting. So we're going to start off. Let's see, do we have all our Central East High folks here? I think we have a lot here. There we go. Okay. What we're going to do, be a little bit patient with us. The fog has been a bit of an issue, but you guys waited a lot to win the state championship, so I think you wait a few more minutes for us to get everyone here so we can honor you properly. Thank you guys for being patient with that. Okay, we're going to start off then in continued order with the proclamation for Brian Hughes. Ryan and everyone from American Ambulance. Brian, I see you over there. Please come on up. Anyone that can embarrass you, bring him on up too, Brian. We want everybody.
So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to speak into this, or can I speak to them? Okay. Oh, thank you.
How you doing? Good to see you. You too. Thanks for letting us do this to you. Thank you.
Yeah, this was a bit of a surprise for Brian this morning.
Do you want to go ahead and kick off? please.
Sure. Yeah, so good morning, everybody. First, I'll introduce myself. My name is Jamie Martin. I'm the Director of Communications for American Ambulance. And first want to thank the council for the opportunity to honor this man standing next to me that more than likely has impacted most of you in this room in some way or another in the past 40 years. I had to write all this down or I knew I was going to forget something important to say, so forgive me if I'm reading a little bit. So to some, it's been very personal. He is the devoted father of two beautiful daughters sitting in the back corner there, Brianna and Addison. He's an incredible brother and son, as well as picking up responsibilities wherever he sees a need. But for the rest of us, if you have ever had an ambulance arrive to help you or a loved one, you may have met him or someone he trained. If you've ever had to dial 911, you may have spoken to him or someone he trained. If you've ever ridden in an ambulance or needed a fire engine to your home, you likely benefited from his expertise at technology and innovation. Or even if you have ever ordered Starbucks and gone to pay, and the barista said the guy in front of you already paid for you, you've likely experienced a bit of his care and generosity. I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Brian Hughes. Brian began his career serving the people of Fresno County as an EMT just 2 days after graduating high school. His care for people drove him to do more, so he went to paramedic school and worked to save lives that way. But still, his care said, Brian, you can do more. So he went into communications and became a dispatcher and then a supervisor and quickly just took over. He has been a leader within the communications center for the majority of his career, but has been a force for great improvement and innovation throughout the EMS system as a whole from within that role for more than 40 years. He has worked to build systems and policies and computer programs that shorten response times for both ambulances and fire departments throughout not only the city of Fresno, but Fresno, Kings, and Madera counties as the communication center has expanded over those 40 years. While you can imagine how many lives he has saved through those efforts, what you can't see is the many, many lives he has impacted through his leadership, mentorship, and guidance inside the organization. Through watching how Brian leads, speaks, and thinks, we've learned to continue his work of improving the EMS system from within. I have personally become a better leader and a better human working alongside Brian. Because Brian is more than a boss to some, a coworker to all, but he is truly someone who cares for all people, whether he's met you or not. And that's inspiring. So this morning, with the help of the Fresno City Council, I would like to say thank you on behalf of all the people you have helped over the last 43 plus years of dedicated and unwavering service with American Ambulance, and personally for nearly 30 years of support, leadership, and friendship. And in August, we look forward to wishing you a very well-deserved and happy retirement. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you so much, Jamie. My turn, Brian. No. I was very fortunate to be able to work with Brian for a bit, and I can tell you, and I guess his daughters can attest to this, your dad's a very patient man. He was with me, and he was very gracious. 42 years of service, all with one company, a great company that we're all proud of, American Ambulance. We talk a lot in this city about, 911 and getting a response. Who here, including you fellas up there, who's ever called 911 in their life, ever? Okay, quite a few hands have come up. Probably, you call yourself? No, probably the worst day of your life. And what's really helpful is having somebody on the other end of that call who's kind, patient, professional, who can walk you through whether it's an EMS call or it's, God forbid, a life and death public safety call or a fire call. Being able to partner with great folks that train people like Jamie and Brian have done is very, very important to us. So Brian, you have made, I think I read, it said over 100 or more, well, more than that, but dispatchers over your 42-year career. You've trained them. You've trained the next generation, the generation after that. So you may be retiring in August, but your legacy is going to live on for a very, very long time. And you really make us look good and you make this community safer, and this is how it's done. Thank you for your service. I'm going to present with you a proclamation. I have one, it's official, there's a seal on it. I have one request. Would anybody like to share a story about Brian? No. Oh, okay, he said no, he's still the boss. So the answer is no. Would you say a few words, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, everybody, for being here, all of you guys. I very much appreciate everything that you guys mean to me. It's scary when I think about August. I mean, it's exciting, but at the same time, American Ambulance and you guys are my everyday, and my family are everything I do. It's for you guys, and I very much appreciate it. I don't know what I'm going to do when I retire, but it won't be this. Thank you, everybody. So thank you.
Deputy Chief McGuire.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Brian, you've been an amazing partner for the Fresno Fire Department for a long time. We love the collaboration. You've been invaluable to the success of us and our dispatch center. So very grateful, and you're going to be dearly missed when you do go. So thank you, Chief.
Thank you so much. City Clerk.
Thank you. Whereas Brian Hughes has served the Fresno community with extraordinary dedication for more than 4 decades, beginning his EMS career as an EMT only 3 days after graduating high school in June 1983, later becoming a paramedic, 911 dispatcher, communications specialist, and ultimately communications manager for American Ambulance. And whereas since joining the Communications Center in 1986, Brian has played an instrumental role in shaping and modernizing Fresno's 911 system, overseeing the development, maintenance, and accuracy of the computer-aided dispatch, or CAD, system, supporting dispatch operations, and ensuring the smooth coordination between EMS, fire departments, and partner agencies. And whereas Brian has been a steady, dependable, and compassionate presence for more than 100 local first responders, providing constant support, hands-on leadership, and a willingness to step onto the dispatch floor at any moment, always demonstrating that no task is beneath him and no colleague stands alone. And whereas throughout his 42 years of service, Brian's expertise and work ethic have directly contributed to saving thousands of lives, leaving a lasting impact on the safety and well-being of the Fresno community. And whereas, as Brian prepares to retire in August, after a remarkable career that began and will end at American Ambulance, his legacy stands as a testament to integrity, service, excellence, and the profound difference one person can make in the lives of many. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby declare January 15th, 2026 as Brian Hughes Day in the city of Fresno.
By the way, Brian, it doesn't say what August you're retiring, so you may stick around for a couple more years. Okay. Thank you so much, Council. I've had a request if we can do the proclamation for Ralph Edwards. The sponsor is the Office of Mayor and City Manager. Following that will be Councilmember Arias' proclamation for Juan Esparza Loera Day.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate it so much. How many of you have ever heard of The Voice? The NBC's Voice? All right, all right. Do you know who represented Fresno on season 28, NBC's The Voice? I'm going to tell you who. The runner-up, Ralph Edwards. Come on up here. So this guy represented Fresno. He is Fresno grown. Went to Kasner Middle School, went on to Clovis West, went to Fresno City College, and when you try to understand what it takes to get to where he got to, it is absolutely incredible. And it all begins with perseverance. In fact, it took him 11 times auditioning before he got on The Voice, 11 times. And then when he was competing, people across the nation, quite frankly, across the world, got to hear an incredible voice and an incredible story of a man who would not give up. And I got to hear him sing in person at the Snoop Dogg Bowl in Arizona, in Tucson, and he did the national anthem and did an incredible, remarkable job, lit the entire stadium up. But this is someone that I'm very, very proud of. He's homegrown. And what I'm also proud of is the fact that when he was on The Voice, he represented Fresno and talked about Fresno and was very proud of where he came from. So to make it all the way through, and one of the things that is really unprecedented if you watch The Voice is to, during their blind audition where the judges have they can't see who's performing. And when he started singing, I think Lights from Journey, and when he started singing that song, unprecedented, really, is for all 4 judges to turn their cheer and try to become his coach. But who did he choose? Snoop Dogg. He chose Snoop Dogg to be his coach. And Snoop Dogg took him through. He ended up getting all the way, as I said, to the finals. And so there is no question in my mind, Ralph Edwards is going to continue to represent Fresno in a manner in which he has. He's going to go on to do great things. Right now he's singing in a band, I think the Vibes, or is it was Vibe Check. Vibe Check, I love the name of that. So I want all of you, before we read the proclamation, before I have Ralph say a few words, well, who knows, maybe today he might even do a little singing. Let's see. Huh? What do you think? He's ready for it. I know it's. I think he can do it. So let's give a big round of applause for Fresno's Ralph Edwards. Stand up and give him a round of applause. Stand up, you guys up there. All right. Fresno's own Ralph Edwards.
Wow, thank you so much. I don't know if you remember this, but it was during a parade. I was in the back of my truck singing with my band Vibe Check, and you were right behind us, and I was adding your name to the song.
You gotta sing that song.
I can't. Was it Never Too Much? I don't know which one it was, but I would never forget that one. That was hilarious because we added your name to the song, and it was just like, wow. Got the mayor behind us, but oh man, thank you so much for this and everything. The Central Valley, the community, Fresno, jumping behind me, voting for me during one of the craziest times in my life. I got engaged at the same time on the same day I made the show. Shout out to my fiance right there wearing her Team Snoop jacket. Same day, I also got to meet one of my friends now, which is Snoop Dogg, and that's crazy to say. But yeah, I can call him a brother, a friend. And I'm just so happy to be representing Fresno in the Central Valley. And yeah, we're going to just be ready for the albums to come out because they're already starting. I've been in the studio all the last couple of weeks since I've been off the show. And yeah, I don't even know what you guys want me to sing.
Lights.
Lights?
Bring it.
I'll sing the first part of that.
All right.
When the lights go down in the city and the sun shines on the bay, do I want to be there in my city? Oh.
So, man, that was incredible. And so I'm going to have the clerk read the proclamation, but I want to read the last part of this because it is signed by myself and all of the city council. Thank you guys for supporting. But it says, now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, January 15th, 2026 to be Ralph Edwards Day in the city of Fresno.
Whereas Fresno native Ralph Edwards has exemplified extraordinary perseverance, auditioning 11 times before earning a season 28 spot on NBC's The Voice, gaining national acclaim with an inspired series of performances that led to a runner-up finish. And whereas Ralph's breakthrough moment came with a rare and electrifying 4-chair turn during his blind audition, where he performed a rendition of the Journey song Lights. He then chose Snoop Dogg as his coach and subsequently beat teammate Jarrell Melton in the battle round, then winning in the knockout and playoff rounds on his way to the finals, earning national recognition and propelling him to the season finale, where he represented Fresno with exceptional talent and grace. And whereas his artistry and dedication brought pride to Fresno, inspiring audiences nationwide while remaining deeply connected to his community. And whereas Ralph began singing at age 3 and has been performing on stage since his choir days at Kasner Middle School, followed by Clovis West High School and then Fresno City College. Though his experience on The Voice is finished, Edwards continues his musical journey, fronting the band, Vibe Check, and enriching Fresno's cultural landscape. And whereas during his journey on The Voice, Ralph celebrated his engagement, a meaningful personal milestone that further connected his inspiring story to themes of love, family, and community celebration. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, January 15th, 2026, to be Ralph Edwards Day in the city of Fresno.
Great job, Mayor Dyer. Next is a proclamation of Juan Esparza Loera Day. The sponsor is Vice President Arias.
Our colleagues and I were just laughing that it's not too often somebody outshines the mayor in these chambers, so I know it'll take some time to recover, but it's okay, Jerry. There are people that are way more talented than us politicians. Speaking of people who are far more talented, if I can have Juan Esparza come down the aisle. You know, it's in a city of our size, with our diversity and our history, it's oftentimes that people like Ralph and others are recognized across the country and by their peers before they're recognized by their own community. And that's no different for Mr. Juan Esparza. I'm gonna share a couple of notes. My staff gave me like 5 pages worth of your history and your accomplishments. So I'm gonna try and keep it much shorter than that. Yes, because there's a couple of things I want to point out though. One is Juan is one of 4 children of Juan Jimenez Esparza and Josefina Shockley. And he grew up in Texas. That's where he's originally from. I point that out because too often we forget that we, as human beings and children, are the reflection of our parents and our family members. And they are also equally responsible for our successes and for making sure that we contribute back to our communities. He's an alumni of Fresno State, and he started working for the Fresno Bee about 50 years ago. So in these days, where somebody keeps on calling me, holding down a job for that long is extremely impressive, but it's also a reflection of your commitment to a career and a purpose. And what higher purpose for the last 50 years, especially today, than the world of journalism, than telling the truth. And having been on the other side of reporters who are always shining a spotlight on us, well deserved, it is important for people and professionals and careers like Juan Esparza as a journalist to excel and succeed in our community. It is with their scrutiny, with their, at times, criticism as an editorial editor of the Fresno Bee. It is a huge responsibility and task for them to hold up the mirror and for us as policymakers to look at ourselves and reflect on whether we're doing right by the community that we serve, whether we're investing in the right places, whether we should be doing more for our youth, more for our unhoused, more for our community in general. And so I do appreciate the work that you've done for decades and decades in holding us, and not just us, but other elected leaders accountable and responsive. But I also think it's important to point out that it's one thing to be in a career of journalism. It's another thing to start something equally as important. Juan was a founding member of Vida en el Valle, a bilingual newspaper for a bilingual city and a bilingual Central Valley in a bilingual country. And it's been recognized as one of the top bilingual newspapers in the country. And that requires a significant amount of talent and support from the McClatchy Group and the Fresno Bee and from the community at large. And it is that level of success that Juan has undertaken for decades. And I hear now you're officially retired. Thank you. So now we can have conversations without them being on the record or off the record. Correct. So I appreciate that. But in closing, Juan has been recognized by national publications, by his peers in journalism, by our Mexican government as one of the top tier contributors to this country and this community. And finally, today we're recognizing him by dedicating today the Juan Esparza Day in the city of Fresno. So Juan, I will now give it to you for whatever you want to share. You're free to criticize any of these guys, including the mayor who left the building. Oh, they're here. Or just share any words that you want.
Well, thank you. It's a great day today. Ralph, I would follow up with a song, but when I was an altar boy back in Texas, my priest looked up to me during choir practice, and he asked me to sit next to him, and I thought, oh my God, I'm going to do a solo. And the thing he told me was, Juan, you can't sing at all. So I spare you that. It's a great privilege to be honored by the Fresno City Council. It's a group that I've reported on through the years, either my staff or myself. I know that Virginia Madrid Salazar is over there somewhere. She's over there. She's a former reporter for us, and Maria Ortiz Briones, who's standing up there, is a reporter for Vida en Valle right now. And then my colleagues at the Fresno Bee, Bob Rodriguez, Beth Clue, and Thaddeus. Thank you for being here today. Turning to the council, I know I've met a lot of you through the years. Councilmember Vang, I live in your district. I'm glad that the Fancher Creek development has come about. Councilmember Esparza, we're not related, but you're like several people here. You guys are like brothers to me. I really appreciate all that you do. And now that I'm not reporting, I can take you to lunch. You can take me to lunch. I mean, that's fine. Thanks to technology, I know that my sister in Dallas, my sister-in-law, and others in Texas are watching this, and I want to thank them. As you mentioned, my parents. Without my parents, I would not be here today. And I really, really appreciate what they did to support me as I was growing up, to make sure that I got the education that I needed to be able to go into this field that I really love. So again, thank you, and I want to hear more songs. I want to hear you sing in Spanish, as well. In this market, you got to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan. There you go. If I can have your Fresno Bee colleagues come on down for a group photo. I know you spent a long time on the other side of the camera taking photos. I remember you in high school football games and parades and marches and demonstrations. And it's always been a pleasure to see the high quality of imagery that you capture for our community. So we'll now give you the honors of being on the other side of the camera.
Whereas Juan Esparza Loera, one of 4 children born to the late Juan Jimenez Esparza and Josefina Shockley, grew up in West Texas and southern New Mexico before migrating with his family to Early Mart, California, where he later graduated from Delano High School, attended Bakersfield Junior College, and earned a bachelor's degree in mass communications from California State University, Fresno. And whereas Juan Esparza Loera began his journalism career in 1974 at the Bakersfield Californian and later joined the Modesto Bee and the Fresno Bee, covering sports, business, weekend, and special projects, most recently named as opinion editor at the Fresno Bee and a member of its editorial board, continuing his long-standing dedication to thoughtful public discourse and informed civic dialogue. And whereas, in 1990, Juan Esparza Loera became the founding editor of Vida en Valle, a groundbreaking bilingual publication that was named the nation's top bilingual newspaper and grew to serve communities throughout California's Central Valley, including Fresno, Merced, Modesto, Stockton, and Sacramento. And whereas Juan Esparza Loera's exceptional work has earned him numerous awards, including the Mexicanos Distinguidos Award from the Mexican Consulate in Fresno, a Lifetime Achievement Award by the California Chicano News Media Association, recognition in Hispanic Media 100 by the TJFR, and numerous awards for writing, page design, and photography from the National Association of Hispanic Publications, California News Publishers Association, and News American Media. And whereas Juan Esparza Loera has devoted 50 years of distinguished service to a career in journalism as a pioneering bilingual Spanish language journalist, expanding access to information for diverse communities, his retirement marks the end of a remarkable chapter in local journalism, and we extend our best wishes as he enters a new chapter in life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim January 15th, 2026 to be Juan Esparza Loera Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you so much, Council Vice President. Okay, next is a proclamation of recognizing January as National Mentoring Month and honoring Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Central California. The sponsors are Councilmembers Maxwell and Richardson.
All righty, if we could please get our friends from Big Brothers and Big Sisters to join us up here at the front. How you doing? Thanks for making it out, you guys. How you doing? Good to see you guys. Thanks for being here. How you doing? Hey, good morning. Hey, how's it going? Bill, good to see you. How's it going? All righty, come on up here in the middle. Everybody here has heard of Big Brothers, Big Sisters, hopefully. This is one of my favorite nonprofits, not just in District 4, but across the city of Fresno. When I moved back to Fresno, my hometown, in 2016, one of the first people I ever met was Diane Pakanakam, and she has been a great friend of mine ever since. She's one of those people where whatever you ask her for, she will find a way to make it deliver. I often joke, if you asked her for the keys for her Supra, she'd probably give it to you if you asked her. That's just the kind of personality that she has. And her organization has delivered on mentorships for over 30,000 children across Fresno in the organization's 50 years of existence. And that's a really big deal. I know, Diane, I've shared my story with you. You know, I kind of come from a troubled background, and I know how important it was to have a strong mentor growing up as a kid, especially when it's difficult to find direction. And it was really important for me to want to give back, and you were really helpful when I moved back to town to become a big brother myself, which I did for 5 years, and it was one of the most fulfilling experiences of my life. I know this organization is always looking for great mentors, whether you want to be a big brother or a big sister. So if anybody's interested in that, regardless of the age, please reach out to this organization, because it really does make a huge difference and has a huge impact on the lives of the children looking for somebody to look up to. And so I just want to say thank you all for what you do. It's really amazing. I know sometimes it is difficult and it could sometimes be thankless work, but you guys are making a tremendous impact across our community. And I just want to say thank you and God bless you all. Appreciate the work that you do. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Nick Richardson.
Good morning, everybody. Over here, Mr. Hicks. All right, council members in the back, raise your hand if you made it to where you are right now without a mentor or role model at any point. Anybody? Yeah, all right, me neither. How about all of you? Anybody make it to where you are or get to this point in your life without anybody to look up to, without anybody being an example or a mentor, a parent, a friend, or anything? I don't think so. I'm hearing crickets. I didn't either. And it's huge, right? Growing up as people, we need someone ahead of us who's already blazed the trail, who's already walked through the door, who's already cut down the thicket and made a path for us. A lot of kids don't have that opportunity. I don't think that's a mystery to anybody. right? When you grow up, maybe it's a single parent, maybe it's not a parent, maybe you're in the foster system, maybe your parents don't, whatever it is. A lot of kids don't have what we have. They don't have that solitary, single, strong role model to look up to. And that's where this organization steps in. Now, in case you're curious about what kind of impact they've had since they were founded in 1969, 30,000 kids and family members have come through this program. That's 30,000 people here in our city, here in the Central Valley, who are no longer aimless, right? Who are no longer just blind in the dark, fumbling through life. That is amazing. Those are people who go on to do things, who have goals, who have dreams, who get disciplined. They know what leadership is. It's huge that there's an organization that does this. Now, not just on the mentee side, right? But with their high schoolers as bigs program, they get high schoolers who maybe don't have any younger siblings, who don't know what it's like to be responsible, who don't know what it's like to have someone else looking up at you to where you conduct yourself in a way that, oh man, you know what, maybe I shouldn't do this because I know someone's paying attention to me now. And that's huge. You get your first responsibility, your first role as a leader, as a role model. It's just amazing, the difference that has. And I know the high schoolers are out back right now, but I hope they all go log in at home and watch us on CMAC later. I'm sure they're going to. But anyway, it's in the spirit of that and the work that these folks have done for our kids, for our community, that yes, if you are able, if you've got a little bit of free time, if you're able to take, a couple hours a month just to step in and maybe meet with a kid who doesn't have that sort of positive role model, please consider doing it. And for that, we do have this proclamation as just a small gesture that here in January, in National Mentoring Month, foot stomp, we wanted to reach out to one of the organizations that really leads the charge when it comes to mentoring our youth in the Central Valley. So I will just read the last paragraph, and then, clerk, you're on the hook outside of that. But first, if Diane or Nick want to say anything, I'll let you do so.
Thank you so much for this. My name is Diane Pakanakam. I'm the president and CEO of Big Brothers Big Sister, almost 15 years. I'm really excited. You know what, we stand up here, but it takes a village. First and foremost, very blessed to have some amazing board members and staff that do the work that they do. It's not easy. It's really hard. We serve 4 counties, Madera, Fresno, Kings, and Tulare. The need is great. We have so many children, especially little boys, waiting. Just waiting and waiting for someone to pick them, someone to be a friend. You two, oh my gosh, you guys did an amazing job. I feel like I don't have to say anything. I'm going to have to record this and use this as our PSA. But it takes a village, and these are our future leaders. Please look within your heart. If you guys could have a couple hours a month to give back to a child to make a difference in their life. We always tell these children, I'm so sorry life dealt you with a bad deck card. It doesn't define you. It's not who you are, who you can be. We need to help these children see the way, see their full potential. And that's what we're striving to do at Big Brothers Big Sister. So we're going to launch our Lunch Buddy program. We just contract with Fresno Unified School District. You guys got to eat, right? Everybody got to eat and sing with them. Please consider volunteering. Lunch Buddy, once a week, be there for a child just to show that they care. Again, from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of a board member, the bigs, littles, families that we serve, thank you for this acknowledgement. Thank you so much for caring and investing in our future leaders. Thank you.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim January 2026 as National Mentoring Month and proudly recognizes Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central California for its unwavering commitment to the children and families of our region and its enduring impact on future generations. Clerk, you got it.
Thank you. Whereas January is recognized across the nation as National Mentoring Month, a time to celebrate the power of mentorship and acknowledge the individuals and organizations that make a lasting impact in the lives of young people. And whereas, since its founding in 1969, Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central California, BBBS of CC, has served as a pillar of mentorship and youth empowerment, providing guidance, stability, and opportunity to children throughout the Central Valley. And whereas over the past 5 decades, BBBS of CC has positively impacted on the lives of more than 30,000 children and their families, fostering resilience, leadership, and hope through one-to-one mentorship relationships. And whereas BBBS of CC has successfully implemented the High School Bigs program across 21 unified school districts, serving more than 4,000 children and families each year throughout Central California. And whereas through dedicated mentors, community partnerships, and innovative programming, BBBS of CC continues to inspire young people to reach their full potential, strengthening the fabric of our communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim January 2026 as National Mentoring Month and proudly recognize Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central California for its unwavering commitment to the children and families of our region and its enduring impact on future generations. Recognizing January as National Mentoring Month and honoring Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central California.
Thank you so much. Great job, council members Maxwell and Richardson. We're going to go back in order, and we're going to do a proclamation of state champion Central East High School football team. And the sponsors are Office of Mayor and City Manager, Councilmember Perea, and myself.
Come on. I know you guys are big, but we're going to make ourselves small for a little bit here. Leave some room for our council president and Councilmember Perea. While they're assembling up here, I know we got some parents in the audience. We got some fans in the audience. We got Coach Biggs with us. But for those of you who haven't been following high school football, something very, very special happened this last year. Something that doesn't happen very often at all, but we have the state champions for D1 football right here, Central East High School Bengals. So, you know, these guys have done something remarkable. Number one, they went 14-1. They ended up winning the state. They lost in the championship game last year, I believe, by a touchdown that was scored in the last minute. But this year, they did not fail us as a city. They didn't fail us last year either. But these guys are incredible athletes. I think it really speaks highly of the dedication that they have, the discipline, and most of all, the teamwork. Not one single person on this team is the reason that they won the state championship. They won their section. They won the Northern Regional, and they went 5-0 in league, and then overall 14-1, and then won the state championship. And the good news is we have a lot of returners. So next year we're going to have a lot of players that we have a handful of freshmen. We have some sophomores and we have some juniors on this team. We have some seniors that go on to do big things. I know we have, I think, a wide receiver going to Cal, running back going to Arizona, if I'm not mistaken. And who else knows? But we're going to see some of these guys, I promise you, in the NFL playing on Sunday someday. So appreciate that. And it is an honor for Council President Carbasi, Councilmember Perea, who are going to come up, both of them, to say a few words. But to be able to recognize Central East Football California state champions, we appreciate you. Give them a round of applause. And so we're also, tonight, we're going to have a parade and a ceremony over at Central East. Is that right? And so hopefully a lot of fans will come out, a lot of parents, because really it's those are the ones that got you there. So we look forward to having that parade tonight and having that celebration. So Councilmember Perea first.
All right, so I have stood up here and I have given out proclamations to Central Unified School District for being water polo champions, cheerleading champions, the list goes on. But there brings me no greater joy than to stand here and give out a proclamation for state football champions. And so that's a really big deal. I don't know what you guys are drinking, what's the water like out in Central Unified School District, but we need to give that to some of our other school districts too. I'll take some myself. But the mayor's right, there is a parade tonight at 5 or 5:30? At 5 o'clock. So if anyone is able to join us and help us celebrate these young men and their coaches, please do. Now, I know and you all know that we would not be here today if it weren't for your parents, right? Your coaches, your parents. So if you're a parent of one of these kids, can you raise your hand? We know the sacrifice that it takes from parents, right? From siblings, from grandparents, from cousins. We know what it takes to help make these gentlemen a success up here. So thank you to the families of these fine men. And lastly, when you guys are in the NFL, remember me, okay? I like to go to games. Not only is Central East in my district, but I'm also the only woman on the council and the council member that knows the most about football. So it's only right that I'm here to present this proclamation to you guys. Council President Karbasi.
It is true. She does know the most about football. Yes, I'm Mike Karbasi. I want you to know, first and foremost, you guys make us look so good in this city. We are very, very proud of you. You worked so hard to get here. To your coach, 100 career wins this season. Is that correct? And you had to make it the championship for the state, too. So that's awesome. And it was 3 championships, by the way, correct? Not just 1. Thank you so much to Central Unified for their board, for their educators. Now, people don't know this, but Central Unified is actually a part of Northwest Fresno as well, but we don't have a high school. We have a middle school. We have elementary schools. And to know those kids, especially the young people that say they want to play football because they watch their idols on TV, their future idols are right here, right now. And they can know that if they work hard enough and they go to Central Unified, maybe they can be state champions too, but you got to stick around. You going to do that for us? Okay, good. Glad to hear that. Thank you, Coach. Thank you so much. And thank you to Mayor. Thank you to a real champion for Central Unified, Mayor, and of course, Council Member Perea for sticking to President to supporting the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. You know, I played 3 sports in high school: basketball, football, baseball. But we never got outside of the Valley, and we had some pretty good teams. So to do what you did is really incredible. And so I wanted Coach Biggs to share. He is really the guy that puts everything together. You can have the greatest talent in the world, but if you don't have a team, you're not going to win. And this is the guy that makes it all come together.
Thank you for that. We have a great coaching staff. We have great administrative support, great booster club, great parents. It takes a village to do what we do. I'm just blessed with being the guy in front of it, leading the charge. Great group of kids. They were fun to coach, and they make me look a lot smarter than what I really am.
All right. Thank you. Amy?
Thank you. Whereas the Central East High School football team has achieved a truly historic and unprecedented season, bringing extraordinary pride to their school, families, and the entire city of Fresno. And whereas during the 2025 season, the Central East Bengals compiled an outstanding 14-1 overall record, finished undefeated in track league play 5-0, and demonstrated excellence, discipline, and teamwork throughout every level of competition. And whereas the team captured the Division 1AA Central Section Championship, the Division 1A Northern California Regional Championship, and ultimately claimed the Division 1A California State Championship. And whereas Central East High School concluded the season ranked among the top teams in California, earned statewide recognition for competitive excellence, and showcased the strength of Fresno's student athletes on the largest stage. And whereas the success of the Central East football team reflects the leadership, dedication, and vision of head coach Biggs, who reached and surpassed this milestone of 100 career wins this season, along with the commitment of the coaching staff, student athletes, families, and the Central East community. And whereas this championship season stands as a powerful example of perseverance, unity, and achievement, inspiring future generations of students while demonstrating what is possible through hard work, belief, and community support. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and the Fresno City Council do hereby recognize the Central East Football California State Champions in the city of Fresno.
All right, give it up for Central East High School Bengals, state champions right here. Coach Biggs, thank you guys. Appreciate you all. We'll see you tonight. Come on out. We'll see you guys tonight, all right? All right, man. Do great things, brother. We'll see you tonight, huh? All right, big man. Good job, man. Appreciate you guys. All right, sir. Good job, you guys. Thanks for representing. I don't know who's up. How are you?
All right, so last but certainly not least, we have proclamation for National Human Trafficking Prevention and Awareness Month, and that's going to be a proclamation presented by myself. Good morning. Good morning. Come on down. Our friends at the Central Valley Against Human Trafficking Project over at the Fresno EOC. Welcome, welcome. Come on down. Got a big crowd here as well.
Not as big, but
not quite as big, but very important. So I'm so glad that we had a lot of sort of celebratory proclamations and more lighthearted proclamations because last but certainly not least, we have a very serious issue to discuss here at this last proclamation when it comes to Human Trafficking Prevention Month. And so again, we're joined by our friends at the Fresno EOC Central Valley Against Human Trafficking Project, also joined by other partners such as Centro de la Familia and the Consul de Mexico. I want to welcome Consul Irma de Los Angeles Pimentel Portilla. Thank you for being here. And did I miss any partners? I apologize. A lot of people up here. Several. I apologize. But we're breaking the chains with us. Oh, hey, hello. Look out from the dais. It's a lot of faces. I did not track everyone down. So we're going to make a few more introductions here in a bit. But firstly, I just wanted to say that today we're standing united to raise our voices in honor of Human Trafficking Prevention Month, which is a time to reflect on the ongoing struggle to end human trafficking, to renew our collective determination to create a future free from exploitation. Human trafficking is a pervasive and insidious crime that continues to affect lives in ways many of us don't always see. It's not just something happening in faraway places. It is happening and has been happening in our own backyard right here in Fresno. From forced labor to sex trafficking, exploitation takes on many forms, and we must confront these issues head on. And we are all part of the solution, whether you believe that or not. We are. Human trafficking doesn't stop at the doorstep of law enforcement or nonprofit organizations. It's our responsibility for all of us to be vigilant, aware, and proactive in our communities, and recognize the signs of trafficking and offering support to those in need can really have a life-changing impact. And that's why it's especially important that we bring awareness to everyone in the general public. So really just want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to these local organizations, advocates, and law enforcement officers who dedicate their time, energy, and resources to combating human trafficking. You all are the unsung heroes of this fight, and your resilience and passion continues to create a ripple effect of hope throughout our entire community. So it really is my honor to stand with you all here this morning alongside the people who are doing the work on the grounds. And as we know here at the city, you know, we have our limitations, and we really rely quite a bit on our third-party nonprofits to be out there and fulfill some of these functions where we leave gaps as a city organization. And so you really are making a difference day by day as you're out there combating on the front lines of this particular issue. So my pleasure and honor to welcome you all. And I want to hand off the mic. I don't want to speak too much. We have a lot of folks here with a lot of knowledge.
I'll take it. Amber.
I'm going to hand it off to Amber. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys for having us. And I wrote it down so that I wouldn't forget anything because, as always, I forget things. So good morning. My name is Amber Secondino, and I am the program manager of Fresno EOC Central Valley Against Human Trafficking program. I want to first thank Councilmember Esparza for representing us and sponsoring this important proclamation, as well as the other council members that are here to support us, and the mayor, and recognizing January as National Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month. This acknowledgement matters deeply, not only as this symbolic gesture, but as a public commitment to protecting human dignity and standing against exploitation in all its forms. Human trafficking thrives in others' vulnerabilities, stigma, and lack of awareness. This proclamation serves as not only a single-day recognition, but a commitment that for the remainder of the year, our community will continue to identify, connect, and support the survivors in our city. I want to honor the survivors whose strength and courage guide this work every single day. Survivors are not defined by what is done to them, but are recognized for their resilience, their leadership, and their voices. Their experiences remind us that prevention and response must always be trauma-informed, culturally responsive, and rooted in compassion. Preventing human trafficking is not the responsibility of one organization, as you see here this morning, or one system. It requires collaboration across the city leadership, with law enforcement, healthcare professionals, social services, businesses, and community members. It means recognizing vulnerability, responding with care, and ensuring people have access to safety, support, and opportunity. To the City of Fresno, thank you for using this platform to raise awareness, promote prevention, and affirm that exploitation has no place in our communities. Your leadership sends a clear message that Fresno is committed to protecting its residents and standing with those impacted by trafficking. As we move through this month, I encourage all of us to continue learning, to challenge assumptions, and to act. Awareness is the first step, but prevention also happens when we show up consistently, invest in people, and build systems that promote safety, equity, and healing. Thank you again for this proclamation and this partnership. I heard the reoccurring theme in this morning that it does take a village, and that is not the exception here in our work. So I do want to take the time to recognize the organizations here this morning. We have Breaking the Chains Fresno here with us. We have Central Valley Justice Coalition, Centro La Familia Advocacy Services, as well as the Consul de Mexico, which is a huge partner within our organization, and they are our neighbors and our friends. And so I would like to as well as Beloved Survivor, who is providing ongoing services to not only trafficking survivors, but as well as survivors of other frivolous crimes. So thank you again for your work. I'm going to go ahead and hand off the mic to Central Valley Justice Coalition, and then we'll give it to Centro La Familia and the Consul. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you to the City Council for this acknowledgement this morning. My name is Krista Weens. I'm the Executive Director of the Central Valley Justice Coalition. Our focus at the coalition is always on prevention. And this morning you have heard numbers. This month I encourage each person listening, each member of our community, to ask themselves who drives these numbers. Who is viewing the 20 million images of child abuse that were flagged by NCMEC in 2024? who benefits from the forced and coerced labor of essential workers. We can only make real progress in preventing trafficking if we all refuse to participate in the economic system that makes it profitable. This Human Trafficking Prevention Month, I encourage each of us to take a look at the way our own personal actions are causing harm to real human beings. The only way to end this injustice is for every individual to accept ownership of it and to commit to change. Thank you. Martin?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Martin Rodriguez, and I work with Centro La Familia Advocacy Services. And I'm going to share a story. Back in 2016, I assisted a mother and daughter who were victims of labor trafficking. And they left their home country for a better life, and once they were here, they became trafficked, where they took their documents away, they didn't let them out of their home, they were in debt because of the coyote, the smugglers that brought them into this country. And so they left the situation they were in, and then they came to one of our organizations and were connected to us. We assisted the family with resources, but because she was cooperating with the investigation of her victimization, it led to her being able to apply for humanitarian relief. And she was able to get a T visa for her and her daughter. Her T visa got adjudicated, and then I helped her and the daughter with their green card. 2 years ago, I closed their case because they are now residents of the United States, but because I've been also connecting these partners, these survivors with all these partners, not only did they receive their green card, but they also received resources. They went to school. When I closed the mom's case, she graduated from Fresno State University. The daughter was enrolling into Fresno State University. One already teaches. She teaches ESL courses at an elementary school here in Fresno. And so these are individuals who are victims of trafficking, right, who then became survivors, but now they're contributing to the economy, right? And so this happens everywhere. We see several cases of many survivors who come in here for a better life and then become a victim of crime here in the United States. And whether they have status or not, they should be assisted with any type of resources because they are the future. Now she's teaching children who are our future. And so I am grateful for all these partners that we were able to come together every year to help families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Esparza, for giving us the opportunity to share our ideas about this crime. Thank you, Mr. Carbasi, Mr. Dyer, council members, for giving me the opportunity to speak about this. Good morning, everyone. I am Irma Pimentel, and I am the head counsel of the Consulate of Mexico here in Fresno. Human trafficking is a complex crime, and it is fighting by the Mexican government within our borders and within our capacity. And we are doing our best in Mexico to terminate this crime and these activities. But it is complex. It is a very complex crime that it is often misunderstood. Public perception frequently associates it with highly visible and extreme scenarios, such as sex trafficking. However, in reality, the greatest danger of this crime lies in its subtle and deceptive nature. Because of this, anyone can become a victim. At the consulate, we try to create awareness in our community, regardless of their age, sex, and background. Because we have a diversity of people who came following empty promises of better life, who may not see their families again and have lost their freedom, or people who trusted their partners and now they are used as merchandise. And even though we know that human trafficking has many faces and stories, they have some factors in common. Victims that are usually controlled, isolated, exploited, and dehumanized by their abusers. In the Central Valley, we see people who suffer labor trafficking without knowing. That's why it is important to create awareness of this. Teach our youth to identify the red flags in everyday lifetime and activities and on the internet. We also have people who are vulnerable and scared to come forward and report the abuses they suffer. And that's why we need to keep building safe spaces for them as the consulate. I want to extend my gratitude for all the people present, representatives, agencies, organizations, and my own protection team that works together every day to help victims of this cruel crime to recover and create awareness to prevent future cases. Your work is necessary and very appreciated by the Mexican government. Thank you so much. Let's keep promoting awareness, solidarity, and active participation in our community, and may we can be even save someone's life. As head of the consulate, I reaffirm our commitment to the cause and willingness to keep working hand by hand by the authorities, nonprofits, and community leaders to make this beautiful city free of this cruel crime. Thank you very much.
Any other partners like to say a few words? All good. All the speakers were on this side to my right. Well, look, they say that right about the time you begin getting tired of saying something, that's the first time people are hearing the message. And so I'm glad we're taking time out of this month to give a little extra awareness, but this is something that we need to discuss year-round, continue to advocate against year-round, and these are the people that are doing that hard work day in and day out. You've heard some of the examples, stories, anecdotes. Some human trafficking you may see driving or walking around the city. There's lots of it that occurs in the shadows as well. And so I know the folks behind me and us as a community are not going to stop until it's at level 0. So we thank you all so much. Again, it's my pleasure to present on behalf of the entire city organization this year's National Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month proclamation to you all. Let's give them a round of applause. And clerk, if you could please read the proclamation while we take a few photos.
Thank you.
Thank you all again.
Whereas January is designated as National Human Trafficking Prevention Month, a time to raise awareness about the various forms of human trafficking, support survivors, and educate communities on these urgent issues. Since 2009, the Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission Central Valley Against Human Trafficking program has assisted and identified over 2,100 victims of human trafficking from our local communities. And whereas the Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission Central Valley Against Human Trafficking program provides vital resources that promote self-sufficiency, restore dignity, and aid in the recovery from trauma for survivors of human trafficking. And whereas the International Labor Organization recognizes there are an estimated 27.6 million people in modern slavery globally, where over 3.3 million victims are children. It is reported that 77% of all victims are in forced labor, while 23% of all victims are in sex trafficking. And whereas the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children estimates 1 out of 6 endangered runaways were likely child sex trafficking victims. Children who have been involved in the foster care and juvenile justice systems are at an increased risk of being victims of human trafficking. And whereas human trafficking generates billions of dollars annually, perpetuating the exploitation of millions of people across the globe. Traffickers exploit people across several industries, including manufacturing, agriculture, domestic work, and construction. And whereas the city recognizes that human traffickers target people considered vulnerable within our communities, including but not limited to women and girls, racial and ethnic minorities, LGBTQIA+ individuals, and others from marginalized backgrounds. And whereas the City of Fresno acknowledges the need for increased awareness and accountability in addressing human trafficking, recognizing that this grave injustice affects individuals from all walks of life. Today, we stand united in the fight against human trafficking in all its forms, wherever it may occur. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, Councilmember Nelson Esparza, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the month of January 2026 as National Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month in the City of Fresno.
Thank you so much. That will conclude our proclamations for today, and that's why the room's empty. So great job, everyone. Before we move on to council member reports and comments, we are going to move to the election of the chair and vice chair to the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of Fresno. And we're going to open it up to public comment before we go to the council. So if anyone wants to comment on the election of chair and vice chair to the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of Fresno, this will be your chance to have 3 minutes. Please come forward.
Hi, I just heard that that you're going to continue to be president. Is that correct?
We're
I'm
talking
in here
about
late, so I don't know.
talking about the chair and vice chair, but if you want to come
Isn't
back
that what
for
it is?
unscheduled, of the redevelopment agency does.
What redevelopment agency? I walked in late. Sorry.
So we have a redevelopment agency that primarily is in this area of town, and we have a chair and vice chair, and we're electing the chair and vice chair of the RDA right now. That's what we're talking about at this time.
Okay. Well, I should have read up on that. I probably would have had something to say. But Miguel for president. Sorry.
Okay. It's public comment for this particular item, but we will have unscheduled communication for everything else. And contested consent and closed session coming up soon as well. Okay. So anyone else wishing to come up and provide public comment on the election of the chair and vice chair of the RDA? Okay, there being none, we're going to move this to the council. Council members, any discussion, any motions? So, go ahead, Councilmember Richardson.
Just a quick question. Who are the current chair and vice chair?
I believe, and please remember if I'm wrong, Council member Arias is the chair, and I believe the vice chair is Esparza. Is that correct? Marlene, is that correct? That's correct. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I don't go to those meetings, so forgive me. Unless there's any further discussion, I will make a motion to continue with Council member Arias as chair and Council Vice President Esparza as vice chair if they'll accept the nominations.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza, Council Vice President. Okay, great. That's been motioned by myself, second by Councilmember Richardson. Any discussion on this item? And again, we've already taken public comment. Any opposition? It passes 7-0. Thank you very much, Council. Councilmember reports and comments. We're going to start with Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. Just a few updates from District 1. I do want to start by thanking the Parks Department, Public Works, Mayor Dyer for joining me this week. We cut the ribbon for the reopening of the Lions Park courts. We transitioned 2 tennis courts to multi-use athletic courts, and so just excited to do our part to expand more green space, more recreational space in parts of our city that historically do not have easy access to many recreational opportunities. Next, want to highlight that had the opportunity to join Council members Arias, Maxwell, and Mayor Dyer at a press conference this week to announce our new partnership with the United Soccer League. This will not only be a tremendous economic boost for our city, but will give our youth, both boys and little girls, opportunities to play soccer and to really visualize themselves on the national stage here in their own backyard. Lastly, I want to highlight Lily's Flower Creations. It's a new business in District 1. It's a young 23-year-old husband and wife duo who opened a brand new flower shop. And we wanted to highlight this company specifically now because many folks out there may be looking to buy some flowers or chocolates for their loved ones, and we're really encouraging you to check out Lily's Flower Creations, located at 1144 West Shields Avenue. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Perea. Next is Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. City Manager, kudos to your team at Public Utilities. This week was Operation Cleanup in my neighborhood, and I usually have to go and use the leaf blower to clean up after everything's been picked up, and your folks did an amazing job all around the Tower District. So they were on schedule, they picked up everything, cleaned up everything, so kudos to Operation Cleanup. It continues to be a great asset, and I found a lot less trash in alleyways this year than in past years, so being on schedule matters when the garbage is being picked up because it means there's less trash for people to pick up and relocate. Tomorrow, Friday the 16th, 11:30 is the official garlanding ceremony for Martin Luther King celebrations at the Courthouse Park. I invite everyone to attend. The march is on Monday, the 19th as well, and it'll be followed by an awards and ceremony program at Veterans Memorial Auditorium. I want to thank the Fresno MLK Unity Committee for their continued volunteerism for the last few decades to organize these MLK events during this time. Thank you again to the city manager and the Parks Department and Risk Management and every other department that had to touch the relocation of the Southern Pacific Steam Locomotive Engine 1238. I know that it required a lot of after the work hour phone calls with the city manager and I. Just some history, the city council donated that locomotive in 2022 and took the organization, the Kingsburg Depot, Friends of the Historic Kingsburg Depot, several years to be able to fundraise enough money to build a whole new rail system for them. So it's been built. The locomotive will be operational in the Kingsburg Train Museum. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to take something that was simply behind a chain link fence for decades and was a liability for the city and really wasn't utilized the way it could be, and moving it down the street to a train museum where it's going to be fully operational for kids to be able to climb on, utilize, and to have tracks that it actually runs on. So thank you to the Kingsburg folks and the former mayor, Michelle, for making this happen, and as well for the RCD for helping it through. And lastly, I just want to point out that I think the news we're seeing across the country as immigration enforcement has taken a whole new level of aggression by ICE. I do think it's important for us to reflect on the fact that Renee Nicole Good was killed by ICE, and she was a mother of three. These are human beings with families that we're talking about, and if the day will come that they will engage in that enforcement. There was a social media post yesterday by ICE itself that the next on the list in California was Bakersfield and Fresno. So I just want to put everyone on notice that what we're seeing in Minnesota and across the country where public is opposing this level of aggressiveness and aggression by folks who clearly are untrained, unqualified, and are going beyond their legal bounds, that we should expect the same thing. I call on our residents to be prepared to utilize their rights to protest, but to keep it peaceful. The federal government is wanting a confrontation, and they're wanting a significant distraction to keep us all from asking the questions about the status of the Trump Epstein files. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilmember Arias. Next, we're going to move on to Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. Nothing to report. I just want to wish a happy birthday to my Communications Director, Claire Carrillo. Claire, if you're watching this, I don't know what filter you use, but thank you for making me look better on social media than I do in real life. I won't say how old she's turning, but we wish her a happy birthday. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Bang.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. Just a few comments from my office. I want to welcome everybody back to 2026, and I'm glad to be back here at Council Chamber. Over the past Christmas holiday, my office and I tabled 4 days of the Hmong Year celebration. As you know, this is the largest Hmong Year celebration in the United States. Average over 100,000 people attended the New Year celebration, and I have not missed one New Year celebration at the Fresno Fairground. I also wanted to thank the people who attended. The first day was a little bit light, but the second, third, and the last day were heavily attended. And so thank you to everyone who made time to attend. And if you did not have time, there will be a New Year celebration about less than 12 months from now. I also want to thank Dr. Tulu Tao of the Hmong Inc., who invited me to be part of the ribbon cutting ceremony. I'm honored to participate. And I want to thank the mayor, Jerry Dyer. We tag team and splash our face on 6 billboards around the fairground, welcoming people to the Hmong Year celebration. So, Mayor, thank you very much for your continuing support of that event every year. And I believe you attended almost every one of those New Year celebrations, maybe just one or two
I missed one in over 30 years.
Yes. And so, again, thank you very much for your continued support of that event. And I want to thank my staff. It was a 4-day event, but my staff was there weeks before to set things up, to make sure that everything went smoothly. We provided District 5 information, we provided city information, we provided nonprofit organizations information to the people who walked by and chit-chat with me and my staff. So thank you very much to my staff. And I also like to invite everyone to join us for a National Day of Service in partnership with Beautify Fresno and Familias en Acción. This event will take place on Monday, January 19th in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King's Junior Days of Service. We'll begin at approximately 1:30 p.m. at Winchell Elementary School and focusing on cleaning the nearby streets, the alleys, the homes nearby. And so I welcome everybody who have the time to come out on Monday, January the 9th, to help clean the area surrounding Winchell Elementary School. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Richardson.
Good morning. It's a foggy day in District 6. Congratulations, first off, to the 7 recent graduates from Fresno State who commissioned into the U.S. Army. Almost as cool as becoming Marines. Congratulations to the Summit Physical Therapy who opened yesterday. Therapy is super important, and they're bringing that access to people who had surgeries, big injuries, illnesses, things that are chronic, whatever else, and getting them back on their feet and helping them enjoy their quality of life. And then finally, January 31st, we're looking for volunteers for our next Beautify Fresno event. Now, Councilmember Arias mentioned the success of Beautify Fresno in his neck of the woods, and ours will be on the 31st. So either follow us on social media or go on Beautify Fresno's website to volunteer, get some volunteer hours, come out there, get some free coffee, and do something for the community. That's all I had, Council President.
Thank you so much. Council Vice President?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I want to thank the council for their trust in electing me as Vice President. So yeah, thank you to all of you. Happy New Year to everyone here at City Hall and throughout the community. I do want to say thank you to Councilmember Vang for representing the council over at the Hmong New Year. I usually make it every year, but I was still kind of under the weather this year, so did not make it out after all. I think it was raining as well. It wasn't helping, but thank you for representing the council. At the close of last month, I had the honor of joining the District 7 team at the annual Binational Toy Drive. This heartwarming event brought holiday cheer to over 1,000 families across the county. And so seeing the smiles and joys on the faces of children and families as they came through the Manchester Center and received their gifts was genuinely moving. And it was a beautiful reminder of the power of community and the difference that we can make when we come together to support one another. In more recent memory, this week, I had the honor of attending the reopening of the Planned Parenthood Marmonte Fulton Health Center here in the city. This health center has provided vital family services, and its reopening really underscored the need for continued access to care in our communities. And so congratulations to them and the doubling of the number of patient rooms within that facility. And again, a special thank you to Planned Parenthood Marmonte and its healthcare workers who have committed themselves to providing access to affordable health care. Looking ahead, I'm excited to join the MLK Unity Committee this upcoming Monday for our annual MLK Junior March. Really, the festivities all throughout the weekend. But the march is not just a celebration of the progress we've made as a society, but was also a solemn reminder of work that remains for us to continue to do. So, we're looking forward to that march on Monday, and obviously we invite the community to join us, not just for that event, but the whole series of events held throughout the weekend. I was not planning to talk about this, but I just got a text actually from just kind of one of the mass texts from the Central California Blood Center, just kind of reminding us that, hey, it's January, it's post-holidays,
We did have a very bad accident that took up a lot of, very bad car accident pile up on the freeway that took up a lot of the blood supply. And so they were texting around to O donors like myself. And so I'm probably going to get out there pretty soon now that I'm feeling healthy again. And I encourage others who are healthy and eligible to also go out and donate blood, not just right now, but every 8 weeks, if you can, right? There's always a constant need. We love donating at the Central California Blood Center. It's all, local blood that goes to local people, our neighbors and friends and family. So that just kind of popped up right now, but I wanted to put it out there for others. I'm going to go donate myself here pretty soon. I don't usually give birthday shout-outs from the dais, but our colleague, Councilmember Maxwell, kind of opened the door when he gave Claire the shout-out. Claire, who, by the way, is a District 7 alum as well. Happy birthday to her. But a little more visible here today, it's also our city attorney's birthday, Andrew Jans. Let's give him a happy birthday. He begged me not to say anything and remind everybody, but he's got those nice decorations out there on his on the dais. So I thought, well, people know anyway, city attorney. So I'm just gonna out you publicly. He's only 29, if you could believe it. So congratulations to him. He's terrible. He looks terrible for 29. Yeah, no, and so that's all of my lighthearted updates. Just in closing, I do want to briefly acknowledge and address the ongoing actions by ICE that are being taken in cities across the United States. In recent weeks, we've seen agents descend into communities and instill fear in residents, really regardless of their immigration status, with enforcement tactics that are increasingly aggressive and take our minds back to things we've seen throughout history. So within the last week alone, these ICE agents have been involved in multiple shootings, including the death of United States citizen Renee Nicole Good. And these tactics are, I believe, unnecessarily eroding trust in all law enforcement, and they place entire communities at risk when that kind of power goes unchecked. They harm families, spread fear, and they can, as we've seen, they can cost people their lives or leave them fighting for recovery. All of our residents deserve safety, dignity, and trust in their government at all levels. So my thoughts are with the families of those carrying the weight of these events and with the uncertainty that so many are feeling in this particular moment. So I just wanted to put that out there on the record, Council President. And with that, I'll close my comments.
Thank you so much, Council Vice President. And I just wanted to thank you for stepping up back into council leadership, and thank you for your support over the past year. I really appreciate the council for, thank you, Councilmember Maxwell, for the nomination and for unanimously supporting this new team up here. It means a lot, and I look forward to continuing our work of focusing on the issues, keeping the peace, and bringing about great progress here at City Hall. And I also want to thank my staff for the last year of stepping up and continuing to do so with the council president duties. Thank you so much to Andrew, Alyssa, and Ryan for all you do. I am going to share with you that at the next meeting, I'm bringing forward an item to create a new ad hoc council committee, but I'm just giving some heads up right now. This is going to be a policy review committee. And the goal of this committee is to look at some city policies that some of them actually call for being updated over time. One that we're looking at is going to be the Transparency Act that's been in the media recently, as well as a couple of District 2 specific policies, but I want to work with council members because it has to get to the whole council for approval. I have met with Council Member Vang about this. He's graciously agreed to serve with me on this ad hoc committee. And when the item comes forward, it's going to be sponsored by myself and, of course, the mayor, the administration, as we want to make sure we update our policies so we're the most efficient and transparent city in the region. And then I do also want to add that, well, beat me to it. Happy birthday, Andrew. I know the true age, but I think we talked about it in closed session, so it's confidential. I can't disclose it, so I'll hold off on that. But in the interest of transparency, they might want to know, but we'll hold off, Andrew.
I'll just say that I'm not as old as the fire chief.
And sadly, I'm older than the fire chief, so there you go. Thank you, Andrew. On a serious note, I know that a lot of folks have reached out to me wanting me to comment on the situation happening in Iran as a Persian American myself. I'm going to hold off doing that. I really want to make sure we stay focused as much as possible on policy. I may, as a council member or as myself, make comments later on, but I just don't want to do it at a meeting. But it is a very tragic thing that is happening, not just in our country, but in a region that is very supportive, the people that are very supportive of America. So with that, we're going to move on to our mayor and city manager comments. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. I'll make my comments from the dais, if that's okay. First off, Happy New Year to all the council and to the community. I do believe 2026 is going to be a great year for our city based on the number of projects that we have and the works that are going to come to fruition this coming year. And one of them is the Councilmember Perea spoke about it, was the United States Soccer League, or United Soccer League, that we've been in negotiations with really for about a year, or in discussions. They are the fastest growing professional soccer league in the world, not just the United States, but in the world. And when they go into cities and partner with cities, their success. And I have no doubt that that's going to happen here in Fresno. We entered into a one-year period, which is our time for due diligence on the part of the city as well as the soccer league. We had the CEO of the real estate here at our press conference, and I want to say thank you to Councilmember Maxwell and Perea for being there. And would have had, who else was at that? Oh, and Councilmember Arias. Would have liked to have everybody there, but obviously, we have some restrictions with the Brown Act. Part of that 1 year will be looking at site locations. We've already done some of that with the league, and we are very confident that we have a site that will accommodate them in the downtown Chinatown core. Also looking at financing options for the stadium, private-public partnership, private equity. The one thing that I believe we're going to all be committed to is to not create any unnecessary liability for the city, while at the same time sharing risk with USL. And as information comes forward and as things develop, I'm committed to meeting with each of the council members to make sure you guys are kept abreast of what's going on. Yesterday, as part of the Martin Luther King celebration, I had the opportunity to speak at the Black Chambers luncheon. Also got to speak this morning at the Martin Luther King annual breakfast, and that was turned out of events. A couple of things that I wanted to just share with you. One of them is the fact that we've been working with Council President Carbasi, myself, been working with the county and all of the service providers who have a hand in dealing with the homeless population. And the ultimate goal is to come up with some form of an agreement that will allow everyone to understand who does what and who pays for what. And that's going to be important as we start to lose funding from the state, and we're going to be relying more heavily on the county. And the congratulations to the police department, the community, all the community-based organizations. Recently announced 51-year low in homicides in our city, which is incredible. If you think 2020 and 2021, we had 74 murders in the city, and in 2025, we had 22. Still 22 too many, but that is a remarkable progress. And the last thing that I have is, I know there's been some questions on the part of the media and the community regarding our efforts downtown. We had a commitment, an award from the governor and from the state legislator for $250 million. We had received the initial $50 million. They had delayed the other 200, but we were able to get 100 million of that accelerated this past year. So we have that 100 million. There was some question about the last 100 million. I had a call with the Department of Finance with their director this week, and he has assured me that last $100 million is in the upcoming governor's budget, and that we will be getting it in the city of Fresno. So there were a lot of naysayers out there that said it would never materialize, the governor wouldn't come through. Well, I'm here to tell you, it looks like the governor's going to come through with all $250 million plus the $43.7 million that we got as part of an IIGC grant. So a total of $300 million that we'll be investing in downtown Fresno. Thank you.
Council President, I'll go ahead and go next. Just want to wish everybody a Happy New Year. Looking forward to another productive year ahead of us in 2026. Thank you to the city team, the city manager's office, all of the department directors, and the boots on the ground for a great 2025 and keeping our heads down and moving forward in 2026. Looking forward to working with the council and Council President Carbasi again. It's going to be a good year. I think our team feels like we got our batteries charged a little bit, being able to take some time off during the holidays, and we're ready to go in 26. So looking forward to working with all you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, City Manager. Looking forward to working with you too. All right, so now we're going to move on to schedule hearings and matters. We're going to start with our 9:10 a.m. hearing to consider annexation application number P24-02150.
That item was pulled.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not make that note. 1 second. Yes, it was. I'm sorry. The 9:15 a.m. TEFRA hearing to consider financing of the acquisition, development, construction, furnishing, and equipping of a student housing facility and related working capital. Council members, would you like a presentation on this item? Okay, Santino, thank you for coming up, but we don't have anyone requesting a presentation on this item this time. We're going to go to any questions by the council. I'm guessing there may not be any because we've already read this, but we'll go to public comment after that. Any council members with questions? No one's punched up? Okay, public comment. This is in the 9:15 a.m. TEFRA hearing. Anyone wishing to comment on this particular item will have 3 minutes to do so.
I didn't have a chance to read it, but I'd like to know where this funding would be coming out of, and what where's the student housing located at? Because I don't see it on here to be able to ask the correct questions.
Anyone else wishing to comment at this time? Okay. With no further comments, we're going to close public comment, and then with that, close the hearing and bring it back to the council for action or discussion. I don't have anyone punched up. Go ahead, council member.
The only comment I had, isn't this the $80 million, isn't that coming out of the California Public Finance Authority's revenue bonds?
Correct. Not our money.
Just wanted to clarify. That's all I had, Council President.
As a reminder, so when people come up and speak, they can ask questions. The council member typically does not comment. It's a chance for the public to speak and be heard, but does not mean that we're going to answer questions. So, okay. Okay, we're going to move forward now. Any council members wishing to make a motion or a comment? Moved by the Council Vice President to approve. Second by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? There being none, it's 7-0. Thank you very much. We're now going to move to the 9:20 a.m. joint meeting to consider adopting resolution approving the recognized obligation payment schedule 26-27. And for this council, is anyone requesting a presentation? Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. This item requests approval of the recognized obligation payment schedule for 26-27. The schedule identifies the amounts needed to meet our enforceable obligations, and it provides information by line item on each of the enforceable obligations. This year's total is $430,304, and it includes repayment for debt connected with infrastructure improvements in Roding and South Van Ness business parks, It provides for disposition and maintenance of the remaining parcels in the successor agencies among the assets, successor agency assets, and it also sets aside funding for CalPERS administrative costs and so forth. The funds are sourced from tax increment generated by parcels within the redevelopment project areas. And if there is a surplus of increment, then that is divided among the taxing entities. The big three, of course, are the city, county, and schools. Following this presentation and council's action, we will present to the Countywide Oversight Board, and then the item will be sent to Department of Finance for ultimate approval.
Marlene, I just want to clarify, when we vote for this item, is this just going to be the city council in its capacity, or is there two items?
It'll be for both entities.
Okay.
Successor agency and Fresno Revitalization Corporation.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Any council members with any questions for Marlene? Okay, we're going to move over to public comment at this time. Again, this is the 9:20 a.m. joint meeting to consider adopting resolution approving recognized obligation payment schedule 26-27. Des, you'll have 3 minutes.
So, I don't agree. I oppose, whatever, because there's not enough information for me to sit here and grab this piece of paper when I come to city council and to read the obligations. What are the obligations? I can't go off this and come up here and agree with what you put on the paperwork. So, are you guys going to start giving us definitions? What are the obligations? What are they?
I can respond if you like.
No.
Marlene,
I'm not asking you to respond. If the council member asks, you can respond, please. Yeah,
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
You're ridiculous.
The first item is...
Marlene, I'm so sorry. I said if a council member requests it, you can respond.
My
Sorry.
God.
Yeah.
So are you telling her no?
We're following procedure.
Are you telling her no? She
Des, you're
offered.
eating into your time. You have 2 minutes
know what? I don't
left.
care. It's my time.
Okay.
Stop interrupting me, okay? Is there a lawyer that would recommend for her not to speak besides just you, Kerbasi?
You have 1
You
minute
keep
and
on
50
making up.
seconds
I don't
left.
care. It's my 1 minute.
Okay.
And I will utilize it the way I want. I'm speaking on this right here. You didn't give me enough information on how to even speak on this. And this happens time and time again. And I have brought this to you already, standing up here. You don't put enough information on here for us to read, to come in here and read this and say, yay, nay, or what is our opinion. You put in just a little bit, and all I'm doing is asking you, what is the obligation? She was nice and kind to even say it, but you're blocking her from doing it? What kind of freaking county supervisor will you be doing this? This is the kind of tactics you're going to take to the county, okay? Remember, just because you're president right now doesn't mean you're going to win that seat. You're bought into that seat is what it is. You get there, it's already paid for. Let's put everything on the table, okay? My time's not up. I still got half a time. I want to have more definition. That's all I'm asking. You're looking at your watch. I'm going to go off this, okay? I want more definition is all I was asking for. You want to be a smartass and sit up here and block people from an explanation simply that I asked for. It was that easy. And we didn't have to sit here and waste all this time, blah, 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 blahing, okay? I definitely not voting for you to be a county council, the supervisor. This is ridiculous. Stop using the city as your little billboard, okay? And allow people to at least kindly give us the definitions when they offered. What are you trying to hide? That's the way are you hiding something? You don't want us to know? I'm just going to keep on going on my time. It's my time. I'd like to put that on record. I'm asking if you, as the council president, are hiding something.
And that is your time. Thank you. Any further members of the public wishing to comment on the 9:20 a.m. joint meeting?
Hi, I'd like to know if you'd be so kind to explain what this means. Do you care? You want to be president for a second term? You put that, you elect for that to happen, and no, you need to go anyways. But if you would care to explain, or you feel you don't have to? It's funny right now, but you're not very smart when it comes to policy and procedures. So you're asking not going to go very far.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, you'll have 3 minutes.
Did you just deprive her of free speech? Are you a lawyer to recommend her that? I thought that's what we paid a lawyer for. Ma'am, would you please answer her question if you would like to without him telling you that you can't use your free speech as a representation of the city? Is that okay, Kabasi? Do I have to ask when my taxes aren't asked to be taken? They're just deprived of me for her to do what she wants to do as a representation of my taxes? Ma'am, can you answer the lady's question? Or he's taking your freedom of speech?
Okay. Any further speakers in the 9:20 a.m. hearing? Okay. So we're going to close the public comment and close the hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion and action. Now, this will be 2 votes. Is that correct, Marlene? Okay. Will the first vote be from the council in its capacity?
Yes.
Okay. So this is for the council. Anyone wishing to make a motion on this item? Okay. Moved by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Any discussion? Any opposition? That first item passes 7-0. Regarding the second item for the successor agency.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Arias. Who seconded that?
I did.
Okay, thank you, Council Vice President. Any opposition? There being none, that passes unanimously. Okay, thank you so much. We're going to move on to the next item. And while we do that, for the record, I just want to state that in accordance with state law, all our meetings and agendas are posted early. Supporting documents are posted early. We do provide as a courtesy agendas here at the meeting. Supporting documents are always available to the public online. People are welcome to read like we do and prepare for this meeting. And we will always be happy to answer questions, but we also have rules of procedure to ensure that you as a public have a right to speak at the meeting. Everyone gets an opportunity. So thank you so much. Okay, next item will be the consent calendar. Do any members of the council wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent item? And as a reminder, pulled items will be heard immediately after consent. At this time, the pulled items that we have are 2, D as in David, T as in Tom, W as in water, G as in Gary, O as in October, and 2, I believe, S as in Sam. Any council members wishing to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal? Okay, there being none, we're going to take public comment now on all consent, including contested consent, as well as closed session items. If any member of the public wishes to speak on these items, on the consent calendar, or a contested consent item, or a closed session item, you'll have 3 minutes to do so, but please identify the item you'll comment about at the beginning of your comments.
And Council President, just for clarity,
yes,
those are the ones moved from consent to contested. 2, Bravo, and the 910 item have been pulled from the agenda in their entirety, so those are no longer applicable.
Yep. Correct. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
So for closed session, are we being sued by anybody else?
At some point, not yet.
That's my comment. I'm first going in that order. My comment on closed session. Could you tell us how many cases are in litigation? How much the city has lost in the last year or two? Do you know? But, okay, so I'll let you go. I'm going to do my public comment after.
I don't
have to do it right now.
You don't want to do public, but this is
I'm going to do public comment. I'm going to let her go first. I did my...
But we can't bring you back. If you want to comment on consent, contested consent, or closed session, these are your 3 minutes.
No, it's not all 3. It's not
all
all 3.
It's the way we've been doing it for years. This is our procedure.
The way you've been doing it incorrectly, or you want it to be. It's not that way, though, okay? I could speak public
We're in
comment,
compliance
and I
with
could
state
speak.
law. You're eating into your time. You have 2 minutes left. Do you want to comment on consent, contested consent, or closed session? I want to make sure you have that opportunity.
I'd like you to ask the city attorney, because last time, I think, right, I was able to speak.
There is unscheduled communication later in the meeting where you will be able to speak on any item that's not agendized as well.
Okay, that's later on?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you just said it was right now, though.
If you want to
It
speak
was
on
gonna be, huh?
consent,
But now you wanna be
contested
difficult.
consent, or closed session, you're just eating into your time. Would you like to speak on any of the items before we make a decision so you can be heard?
There's different issues we get to speak on
I know I'm talking about closed session. I did my closed session. That's my comment for closed session. This is it right now happening. Okay, and I can do my public comment later?
I just want to make sure you'll be heard before we make a decision. Do you want to make any comments on consent calendar or contested consent?
Oh, so this is, I did my comment
Yes. So you commented on the items on the agenda, correct?
on closed session.
Yep. This is also the time for that
that's what
too.
this is right now. This 3
Then you're
minutes.
good to go.
Okay. So I'm still talking on that? Okay. I'll close.
Okay. Thank you. Des, you'll have 3 minutes.
On consent regarding One Fresno Youth Job Corps, you know what? I have a concern about this, a big concern, because the One Fresno Youth Job Corps, you guys had a rapist on there. Not allegedly. I mean, just because they expunged their records still doesn't mean they were charged and sentenced for rape of teenagers at Fresno City College. So I'm a little disturbed that we still have this organization and that the city of Fresno and that the city council members are continuously putting our funds towards it. Like, who does this benefit? Where'd he go? Who does this benefit? My concern is to stop giving money to this organization and do an investigation on it, because you have survivors that are there. You had youth. People have said allegedly. The news ran it. You can expunge people's cases, but you can't wipe it off YouTube. That's what sucks in today's world, is everything that goes on social media. You guys can expunge your cases all you want, but we still see the gun charges. We still see the rapes. We still see all that stuff. I think the community needs to know this. I think the community needs to know that One Fresno Youth Corps allows people like that to expunge their records and be amongst women. Seriously, that's not fair. It's not fair to any survivor that was a part of that program, that had to stand there next to him, that didn't know what he did. And yet you guys still has him in the group picture online right now. This is sickening. Just look for him. He's standing really close to Dyer. Very disturbed if you guys continue not to do an investigation on how much money has been given to this One Fresno Youth Job Corps. And why are we allowing people like rapists to expunge their records and be a part of this? Like, I really am asking you guys to do an investigation on this. Do an investigation. YouTube doesn't lie. I'll send you the link. And I was told, because he got it expunged through a church member that I guess works here. I don't know, haven't found out who that is yet. But some church you guys work with, I guess, brought him in. And allegedly it's a very close friend of Jerry Dyer. So please do an investigation and find out who brought this individual in and allowed it. I believe in second chances, but not in rape or molestation or shooting and killing someone. Come on now. No, those victims, the survivors, they're never going to forget what happened.
Thank you, Des. Anyone else wishing to speak on consent, contested consent, or a closed session, this is your opportunity to provide public comment. I apologize, you've already spoken on consent, contested consent, and closed session.
I what?
Yes, you already spoke at this time. You've exercised your ability to speak. Later on, there will be unscheduled communication, where you'll be able to speak again on anything that's not on the agenda.
Okay, I spoke on consent.
As a courtesy, I'll say again, this is the opportunity for the public to speak on consent, contested consent, or closed session. So anything on the agenda that's agendized, you can speak at this time. That's why I asked a couple of times to make sure you took the opportunity to speak. And you said all you had to speak on was closed session, so your time is expired now. If you want to speak later again on anything not on the agenda, you will have that right again later on in the meeting when we take unscheduled communication.
So are those consent and closed session, are those all three together? Or am I allowed?
We take,
Could
you
you
can,
ask
you,
your
at
attorney?
that time, you can speak on all those items together,
Do you
yes.
mind asking the city attorney? It's not that hard.
I'm the chair of this meeting.
Okay, well,
And
this
if I,
is a
if I
public
do say,
forum,
if I
and
do
this is
say
why
some,
we're
ma'am,
supposed to come here and
we have
speak with
rules
you
of
guys.
procedure.
So it's
You've been
simple.
coming
Could you
here long
ask-
enough to know we have rules of procedure. We're going to
Could
be
you ask him?
consistent. If I say anything out of turn, the city attorney and the clerk will correct me. They have not corrected me because I am following our procedures.
Okay, whatever.
Okay. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak at this time on consent, contested consent, or closed session? Okay. Oh, I think we have one more. Oh, no, never mind. Okay. So at this time, we're going to close public comment, and we're going to bring it back to the council on the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve? Okay. Moved by Councilmember Perea, second by Councilmember Vang. Any opposition? There being none, it passes 6-0. Okay. Thank you very much. We've approved the consent calendar, so all the items that were not pulled to contested consent based on what they're asking for, whether it's funding or approval, will have been approved. You got it. Okay. Next is contested consent. As items are called, we will first go to the council member who pulled the item, then refer to staff as necessary. As a reminder, we just took public comment on these items. So we have first up item 2D as in David, and that was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. This is more of a general question I think that City Manager could probably answer. I know we've talked about these contracts. Recently, we tend to use them for consulting services. Are we able to use similar style contracting for things like sidewalk, curb, gutter repair as well? I know sometimes our staff is at capacity and we have to outsource some of these, and then it takes an additional amount of time to get these minor infrastructure projects done. Sorry, it doesn't relate specifically to this, but more broadly, are we able to do things like that for minor infrastructure where we have folks on call ready to do this work if our staff is at capacity?
I don't know why we wouldn't. I don't know. Scott, yeah, I'm pretty sure we can. And we'll let Scott talk to.
I know often we work, Director Mosier, I know we work with your department and yourself pretty frequently, and sometimes we do them in-house, but sometimes it's just not logistically feasible, and then we have to outsource them, and then that takes a whole bunch of time sometimes as well. Have we ever, or can we do like an on-call for some of these folks when our staff isn't able to do that work to expedite these types of minor infrastructure projects?
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. Really quickly, the item before you, I know, is professional consulting services, so that follows one path. For things like construction, that would be, we have a good mechanism for that. That's a requirements contract. Currently, we have some in place. For example, our tree trimming contract is an on-call, West Coast arborist. Also, we've had an on-call requirements contract for slurry seal, where depending upon the adopted budget, we could have anywhere from $0 to several $1 million worth of work, and it's
And just to be clear for the
all
public,
covered. Yes.
that, I mean, a requirements contract doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to require your services, but if we do, we are authorized up to a certain dollar amount to have so much work done, correct?
That is correct, and so those are advertised with specific types of work, you know, bidding, measurement, how we're going to measure that, what type of work is to be performed, multiple vendors bid, and then there's a process ultimately which would be awarded by council to
Scott,
do so.
could we do a requirements contract for concrete repair?
There is a mechanism for that. We would definitely want to work with personnel services as far as any potential meet and confer with bargaining units for that work.
Sure, similar process to, I'm sure, what you've done with the West Coast Arborist contract as well, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's just something my office would be interested in.
Okay.
We have a lot of these little minor infrastructure projects that can sometimes take longer than larger infrastructure projects because we don't have some of these contracts in place. I think having some of these might expedite some of that work. If it's possible, I would like to explore that.
Okay, we can talk about it. Thank you.
City Manager, I'll make a motion to approve. there a second? All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Maxwell, second by Councilmember Perea. Any further discussion? Many of my colleagues on this item? All right, seeing none. Any opposition on item 2D? Isn't dog? All right, item passes 5-0. We'll move on to try and stay in order here. 2G, pulled by Councilmember Richardson. Councilmember, I give you the floor.
All right, thank you. Do we have anybody who can speak to this in the audience?
Well, we'll start with Denix or Francisco, and we've got 3 people ready depending on your question.
Okay, perfect. It's going to be probably one question, so that's
Okay.
about it. Can we explain a little bit what went into this, why the scope of the project is being increased by almost $3 million? I understand that it has to do with soil. I understand that it had to do with a tank underground that was discovered during the redevelopment of Cesar Chavez Boulevard. It just seems like, as a city, that should have been something that we should have known was down there, something we should have been able to predict or bid for, and the fact that we're raising the contract amount by $3 million just obviously raises the hairs in the back of the neck. So if you don't mind, please.
Sure, yeah, Francisco Magos, Assistant Director, Capital Projects Department. So the item, yes, does include additional work for concrete asphalt, discovered before underneath the street section. The large tank that we found within Congo Alley was also included in this, and then just additional paving as a result of us needing to make sure that what pavement we put back provided for a strong structural section. So all of that.
Yeah, let me just add, this was the first set of projects that we did when we first got the award from the state. And when we were announced for the $250 million, and they were giving us the first $50 million, we were told, get out and get that money out so that there's no hesitation from the state to keep sending the money. So we went out and put scopes of work together very quickly for the downtown infrastructure projects. So in normal situation, I would think I would be a lot more upset about this, because I agree, like you would think like, hey, we should have caught this. But we really had to move quickly to put scopes of work together for the first contracts on this downtown. So I think that when you move quickly to try and get work out, there are certain things that probably we could have caught. Obviously, unforeseen stuff in downtown Fresno, it's really hard to foresee what is under the ground that's completely unexpected. So I totally get your concern from the size of the change order, and I also get very concerned about that. But I do want to make sure that you know that this was the first step out of the gate on getting that downtown money, and we were told you got to show progress on this first $50 million immediately, because otherwise you may not get further payments. We really need to show that we're getting that money spent and we're getting the work out. So we moved really, really quickly and likely missed some things, some additional unforeseen things. And then I don't know why the paving wasn't anticipated for the beginning. That was one thing that I wasn't sure on myself, but I just wanted to add that for perspective.
Did you want to speak any more on that?
Yeah, no, what City Manager said is correct. With a normal project like this, we would have had, 8 to 12 months for actual design. This one was done within a month and a half just to be able to get it out. So again, a lot of unforeseen things that, had we had more time, we would have been able to, do some further subsurface investigations and be able to identify these.
Okay, so the assessment, appraisal, estimates, bids, that whole process was shortened. You could throw a haste makes waste bumper sticker in there somewhere.
Correct.
But essentially, we did that quickly with the understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong here, with the understanding that it was state money that's going to be coming down and essentially filling this gap in the city and continuing more work along the same lines in downtown?
Correct, yes. So for example, we just, council just awarded another sewer and water project last month, IIGC funded project. We took the lessons learned from this project, applied it to that project, modified some of the bid items. So it is our hope and goal that, this issue will not resolve itself on that project.
Okay, thanks. You'll slip of the tongue. All right, that's my question. Council Vice President, motion to approve with that. Thank you for the explanation.
All right, motion from Councilmember Richardson, second from Councilmember Perea. Any further discussion? Sorry, I'm flying blind. I don't have the screen of punch-ups here. Seeing none, is there any opposition to item 2G? All right. Item passes 5-0. Councilmember Richardson, you also have, again, going in order, 2O.
Yes, we have Chief Casto. Just for myself and the public, if you wouldn't mind explaining what a partially tested kit is, why we're using those. I'm less concerned with our relationship with the DNA Labs International. I want to talk about what this means for actual victims who are out there, please.
Okay, it means every kit that we get is tested to a certain level. Sometimes there's DNA found in that kit on a very basic level, and sometimes there's not. And when there's not, we can test it on another level, and we have grant funds with which to do that, and that's what this contract means, is that partially, the kit's been partially tested, but this is more sophisticated. And so if nothing is found, we send it to this second level of testing with this particular lab to see if there's any semen that we can be used for identification purposes.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind just explaining this like you're talking to a golden retriever. So has the kit already been used for its intended purpose to go to a person after a crime?
Yes.
And then that
My
kit...
mistake. I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks.
So when a person is sexually assaulted and they agree to have an examination, this kit is performed and it's booked into evidence. We routinely and automatically test it with a different set of funds, if that matters, since that's what we're talking a little bit about today. And then if nothing is found, and we can send it to another level of testing to see if there's additional evidence with some more sophisticated processes. And so that's what this funds, is that second level of testing. But yes, all kits are routinely tested. None sit untested. None are warehoused being untested or anything like that.
Okay, so what this really means for the average person out there is a second chance and a higher probability of catching a predator and ensuring resolution for the victim.
Well said.
Okay, with that, Council Vice President, motion to approve.
I'll second that. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any opposition to item 2O? All right, seeing none, item 2O passes 5-0.
Chief, thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
All right, thanks, Chief. Councilmember Richardson, 2S, that's the next one. You also pulled that. You're on a roll today.
We are, yeah, a bunch of things. I had a bunch of hair standing up. Hi, I'll give you a second there, Paul.
Good morning, Paul Amico, Director of Public Utilities.
Good morning. Just a couple questions. Okay, so fresh off the SETA discussion that we just had, a lot of conversations about septic or wells versus being on city water and sewer.
Correct.
We have 4 mobile home parks in District 6. 3 of them are right next to large utility lines, right? Cedar and Alluvial, further up First Street, or Fresno Street, and then down there closer to Blackstone in the southern part of the district. Then we have Woodward Bluff, which is way out on the other side of Woodward Park. Those run off different systems because they're in different places. What is the city's policy? What is our implementation process as far as you are on city water, or you are on well, you are on city sewer, or you are on septic? And why are we confronting this now when this Three Palms Mobile Home Park has been there for a while?
Okay, may I answer that question in reverse, those questions in reverse? Okay, so this area was identified in a study that was conducted starting around 2019, and in 2020 there were a number of areas around town that were identified to have failing septic systems and or failing water systems. Either their well was contaminated or it was not.
By the state of California.
By the state of California.
It's a state law that was passed regarding consolidation, failing water systems to be consolidated into neighboring jurisdictions, and so they do an evaluation. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you, City Manager. I appreciate that. So this was one of the areas that was identified. Three Palms was identified. They have contamination in their well, and then they also have a failing septic system. So this was identified as one of the priority areas, and the state is funding their consolidation into the city's systems. We generally, our policy is to connect any area within 100 feet of within 100 feet of a sewer main or a water main, if they're nearby. The issue is we cannot use ratepayer money to do that. The connector has to pay for that connection, and you can imagine sometimes those are sizable costs that would need to be borne by the connector, right? Because we require when you connect to destroy your well if you connect to the water system, and abandon your septic system if you connect to our sewer system. So it could be a sizable investment for one of these mobile home parks in your district if they were to come to us and connect. I could check to see if they were in the consolidation study, but I don't recall that there were any in District 6.
Okay, so to verify, this property would have been allowed under normal circumstances to rely on their well and their septic unless it was investigated by the state of California to be found failing. Now, in this scenario, the state of California is going to pay for them to connect to consolidate into the local water.
That's correct.
All right. Was there a
Let me
threshold?
just add,
I'm sorry.
and then once they're connected, then they just become a utility customer,
Regular
just like any
ratepayers.
other business, and they'll pay their monthly fees. They'll become a ratepayer at that point, but the state pays for the infrastructure connection.
Copy. Thank you. Was there in their investigation, was there a threshold? Is that investigation ongoing? Were there only some they kind of picked and chose?
I need to go back to, I haven't read the consolidation study in quite some time, but these were areas around the fringe of the city that were identified to be able to be cost effectively connected to our system.
And they're identifying failing systems, so everybody that operates a private system has to file reports with the state.
Mm-hmm.
And show testing. And so I think as part of that process, the state had identified they're contaminating groundwater, and it's a health and safety issue for the residents of the mobile home park. So I believe it was SB 98 was the state bill that required consolidation. So they identified them via the studies as being failing systems. As Paul said, we can go back and look at the mobile home parks in your system, but if those are still operating systems that are not failing, that are operating, that are being tested regularly, that don't have health and safety requirements,
all good to go.
Then it wouldn't be considered a failing system.
Right, and we don't go, I mean, a lot of these systems, they'll contact us and ask if they can, a lot of them want to re-drill their well because they perceive that might be a lower cost than to connect to our system, and then we get into a process with them. Sometimes we may let them do that, sometimes we make them connect. I mean, it varies by area.
Outside of that, it's a passive information collection system by the state. Based on their water testing and everything else, it tells them if they need to consolidate
Correct.
if it's failing. Got it.
These systems have to report data just like we do as a municipal agency. They have to test their well and submit it to Division of Drinking Water, and then Division of Drinking Water would then work with them. That's the state agency would then work with them on those results to start working with them on, do you add wellhead treatment? Do you have to consolidate into the city? Where's the nearest water line? So they proactively work with these areas if they maintain wells or septics.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have anything else. I don't need any follow-on answers right now. If there's a way in the future my staff can get a hold of you, we can find out kind of how to get a hold of the drinking water and find out what the tests look like for the different mobile home parks in my district. I'd like that. Certainly. But that doesn't need to be done right now.
Okay.
So, Council Vice President, I think you're still wearing the pants. That's all I had. Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. I'm always wearing pants, for the record. Any opposition to item 2S? All right, seeing none, item passes 6-0. Let's see here. Next up, we have item 2T, and this is pulled by Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Can somebody please walk me through this item? Morning, Assistant Director.
Good morning. Jill Gormley, Public Works Department. The item before you is to approve the submission of a grant application for OTS Funds Office of Transportation Safety funding for the Public Works Department.
And what would that funding go towards?
It would go towards software that would help us to be more active in monitoring hotspots throughout the city for identifying improvements. Basically, we'd be more proactive than reactive in our efforts to identify these areas.
Can you flesh that out for me?
Sure. So we have a lot of data at our fingertips or at somebody's fingertips, and this software would help us to consolidate that.
What kind of data is that you're referring to?
It could be collision data. It could be requests from the public. It could be requests from this council, from different departments, just any kind of data that is making us aware, that could make us aware of what is happening in the community as far as traffic, mobility, safety issues that we have. And so rather than us combing through that manually, this software would would be able to consolidate that for us and help staff be more efficient.
Does our police department not currently track that information? Does your department not currently track that information?
We do, and police department also has their records as far as collisions and traffic incidences. This would help us to bridge those gaps that we might have where they have their information, we have our information. It puts it all together and is able to consolidate the results and efforts that we could take to improve.
Okay. So it's essentially taking data that we are already collecting and making it easier to review?
It's making it easier to respond to requests. So, I hear a lot that we are reactive to something that is happening. Some of this data, we can upload it, it would depend on the software that we actually choose. This is the grant application to actually seek different software options. But it would allow us to, again, not be reactive, but be proactive. We could identify hot spots that maybe we are not seeing, that aren't readily available for us or very apparent to us that, hey, there's an issue here.
Yeah.
And we would be able to respond to that
Are
accordingly.
you talking about hotspots in terms of collisions, hotspots in terms of wait time?
This would be for safety. So collisions, issues with people crossing the streets, traffic collisions, pedestrian bike collisions. We have an effort that will be coming before this council later in the spring for a Vision Zero safety action plan that is meant to improve safety throughout the city. So this would be a complement to that program to help us implement some of the measures that may be identified through that process, and again, identify how we can be proactive.
In terms of being reactive or proactive or responding to data we already have, this is a little flyer I saved from last year. I think this was provided on World Day of Remembrance, and I believe the data was collected from ATAC, which I assume came from your department. But it's top high crash intersections in the city of Fresno, and 5 out of the 10 are located in District 4. Blackstone and Ashland, Blackstone and Dakota, First and Shields, Cedar and Shaw, Fresno and Clinton. So it appears that we've already collected some data to let us know where some of these hot spots are. Have there been any discussions or plans to address these intersections that have already been identified and put on our radar before we start collecting additional data?
We are always looking to make improvements to issues that we know about or concerns that the community has. So, for example, throughout the Vision Zero process, which we've been working on maybe a year now, we will, in that document, we'll come forward with 5 or 10 locations that are, hotspots that we feel that need improvements based on a set of data. This will allow us to not only just focus on those, but other locations, and then in our future grant efforts or funding availability, we're able to, match up improvements that need to be made with the appropriate funding sources and have a bigger pool that we can pull from to make improvements throughout the city.
Jill, don't the top locations, it's just a point in time. Because I know obviously there was always a lot of discussion about the Friant Roulette, and when, we'll run a report and show collision data, and, you would think that would be the intersection. And I've seen it where, Blackstone and Herndon was the number one. And then 6 months later, I've seen another list where it's different ones.
I believe the data I'm looking at is a composite of 2019 to 2023.
You're correct. So, and there's different ways of looking at all of this data. It can be a point in time. We can look at just a cumulative number of collisions and not take into account the number of vehicles that are actually traveling through an intersection, which would have make that number maybe look a lot higher at a location versus or a different location that has
proportion,
right? Exactly. And so, we've just got so much data at our fingertips, and there's other data that's not really out there, and this will help us, predict some of the locations that may warrant more attention on our part.
So again, I think the data I have over the 5-year period I assume was provided by your department. You mentioned also, Jill, that your office identifies, about 5 hotspots. Are those point in time? Are those cumulative based off of several years worth of data in terms of how you guys prioritize these hotspots?
They're typically cumulative. We're not looking at what happened, for the last week at a location. We're looking at typically 3 to 5 years of data and how that interacts with, again, the activity level, whether that be pedestrian, vehicle, different types of, interactions between everybody that is using the facilities.
Jill, the document that the council member is looking at, is that data from us?
Does my document, and Bernard, would you mind sharing that with the assistant director, please? If you would let me know if your internal list coincides with the one I was presented by ATAC, that would be helpful.
Yes, I believe that this is actually from the work that's being done to prepare the Vision Zero action plan.
Gotcha, thank you. I don't know if this is a question for you or the director. How long would it take to receive a tray memo regarding some of the steps being taken to address these hotspots on this list, specifically the ones in District 4?
The hotspots on this particular list?
Yes.
So that will come out with our Vision Zero action plan, so that will be before this body in the spring, and so we will have action items that will address some of the concerns that were identified
Have you
throughout the
drafted
process.
any of those action items yet as it pertains to the District 4 locations?
We are working all of them, whatever the locations are, in parallel to each other, so I don't know that we have any of them done before the other ones, so yeah, we don't have all of that data available yet, but it will be available as we are working through the process and bring it before this body.
So when you
Prior
say spring,
to your department working on a Vision Zero plan, there had been no efforts to address these intersections?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I just think that what I'm saying is that we have, we've got a lot of locations throughout the city that need addressing, and we
Sure,
just
but these
don't know
are
about
the
them.
top 5, and 4 out of the top 5 fall in District 4.
So these are what were identified as far as this Vision Zero effort. We also prepared in 2020 a SAR, the Systemic Safety Analysis Report, that also had, I think it was 20 locations that we have been working throughout these last 5 years to find funding for and the resources to be able to implement the improvements that were identified in that plan. This is a similar effort. It will have 5, 10 locations, whatever that number is, and once we have all of that plan of what needs to be done, what collisions are correctable, what those infrastructure changes are, we will work to find funding for that, similar to what we've done for this previous document.
And what did you call that document? I'm sorry.
We've referred to it as a SAR. It's a Systemic Safety Analysis Report.
Okay, and then is there overlap between those identified intersections and these? If these are the hot spots, I assume there's got to be.
Yes, some of them are on this document as well.
Okay, and that document outlines steps being taken to address the issues at those intersections?
It outlines the improvements that we could make to address those issues, yes.
Okay.
and then is there something, I know it says this is what you can do. Do we have anything that shows what we've done?
We could pull that together.
I think what I hear the council member asking is, I think the plan is great, and you're talking about the report in the spring, but I think what he's asking is specific to the intersections in his district. Is there something that we can provide that shows, give me one of the intersections. What was?
Blackstone and Ashland.
Okay, Blackstone and Ashland. In fiscal 27, we're going to attempt to do a capital improvement project to do this, this, and this. Is there something that we can give in advance of this more significant plan as to the intersections specifically that are in the council member's district? Is that what you're asking for, council member?
That and not only what is being planned on getting done, but also a list of possibilities of other projects too. My office might be interested in taking a look of what else is possible if the funding is available.
I hear what I think I understand what you're asking for, council member. So I'll work with the team to see if we can pull out a little side gig separate from the report that they're working on, which I
The
suspect
SAR
is far
report
more
has already been
comprehensive.
generated, and the list is pretty similar to this one in front of us. There should be some things
I want
identified.
to, yeah, I just, let's look at it, make sure it's going to give you what you want, and if not, we'll fill in the blanks.
Okay, I appreciate that, Jill. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll make a motion to approve.
So we have motions. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second. I had a question to ask before.
Yeah, Councilman Richardson.
Quick question. Is this going to have anything to do or interplay with the signal phasing or the light duration with the ITS? That's what, 40 or 60% complete?
That could be a recommendation that comes out of the study, is to retime signals or add left turn phasing, and work with our systems that we already have, whether that be ITS or adaptive systems along the corridors.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Jill. That's all I had.
Any further questions or inquiries, Council? All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Maxwell, second from Councilmember Richardson. Any opposition? Motion passes 5-0. Takes us to our last consent item, 2W, pulled by Councilmember Vang.
Thank you very much, Council Vice President Esparza. This item was sponsored by President Carbasi and Councilmember Arias. Thank you for the opportunity to ask you a few questions, Council members. The line of question that I have is for the City Attorney. Is Andrew Jantz here? Yeah, is the birthday boy?
I can answer the question.
You can answer the question? Okay, thank you, sir. The scope of my question surrounds the current contract before the council. This is a first amendment to the original contract that was signed in July of 2025. And I have a copy of that contract as well. And so the initial amount for that contract was $48,000. And then the amendment here before the council is $62,000, totaling $110,000. And so, City Attorney Andrew Jantz, I'm glad you could join us. I have a copy of the July 2025 contract. That's the initial contract signed by Councilmember Arias and the consulting, BX Consulting Limited Liability Corporation, in the amount of $48,000. And on page 12, under the signatures, it's signed by Christine Sharatar, Deputy City Attorney, dated 7/29/25. And above that, it says approved as to form Andrew Jantz, City Attorney. Could you explain to me that phrase, approved as to form, what that means?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I'm looking at the document as well. I know that's been sort of mischaracterized in some parts of the media over the last few days, but approval as to form is not an approval of the document. We're not making any value judgments about the document. It's basically us going through our checklist and making sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. Making sure there are things like scope of services, making sure that there's insurance if that's required, compliance with law, waivers, and that sort of thing. And so we're basically saying that everything here is in order. The City Attorney's Office doesn't have the authority to approve any contract. So that is up to the council, not the City Attorney. So we're just basically doing the legal work to protect the city. And in fact, we sign it as to form before the council member signs it. So we don't know what will happen to this document after it leaves our office.
Is it accurate to say that approved to form is legally sound? To make sure that the contract is legally sound?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then the contract, the first amendment to that contract that is coming before the council today, again, the page attached to that has the same format. It is signed by Christine Chartar, Deputy City Attorney, dated January 13th, 2026. Again, same wording approved as to form Andrew James City Attorney. So it's the same as the initial contract dated July 2025. And so it is basically the same interpretation that the amendment to the original contract, the First Amendment, is legally sound.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you, as your capacity as an attorney for the city of Fresno, in any way, shape, or form have the authority to approve any contract? And I'm sure you answered that question already, but any contract. Not only contracts that specifically falls under the jurisdiction of the Transparency Act, but any contract.
The answer is generally no. I mean, I do sign legal service agreements, which is separate and apart from what you're doing here on the council, but generally the answer is no. I don't have the authority to approve contracts that are under the purview of the council.
Okay, and how many attorneys do we have working for the city of Fresno?
We have 39 positions.
Do any of those 39 attorneys have the authority to sign any contract on their own, to approve a contract?
No.
Okay. That is all I have with regards to the procedure of this item, Council Vice President. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
I'll give the sponsor an opportunity, and then Councilmember Richardson has questions as well.
I'll default to the council member first.
All right, contracts were obviously a hot topic for the last couple weeks. And look, here's a contract. So looking at Exhibit A, the scope of the services, essentially what this is looking for is let's increase the contract we had by not just doubling it, but doubling it and then some. So looking at this, from what I can tell, the consulting was done by one individual, yes, who used to be a city council member, Harris. But specifically, let's see, develop an urban garden, assist with agricultural land preservation, assist with golf courses, and assist Hmong businesses. It seems to me that if a group wants consulting services, especially when it relates to relaying their issues or concerns to the city, that those individuals or entities should get together and fund their consulting services, just like a union would do, just like another group of businesses, geographically located, or an industry, or what have you. That's generally what happens. What this is, not a mystery, is we as the city are putting that cost on the taxpayers to pay for a consultant to represent other people to the city. And doubling that, I think needs to undergo a little more scrutiny, especially because in the deliverables at the bottom, it talks about weekly meetings and reports as requested by 2 council members, but at the top, number 1 is monthly report of service activities undertaken by the consulting company. I understand I've only been here for a year and a week. I have not seen any of those monthly reports. It doesn't say as requested, it just says a deliverable is a monthly report. I haven't seen those. So it would just be irresponsible of me to say, well, I haven't seen any of the progress, any of the deliverables been brought, but that's okay, let's double the contract. Especially, essentially, paying a city council member's salary to a former city council member to continue consulting services that I haven't seen, not for the city, but to the city. Those are mainly my concerns. Maybe somebody who's been here longer can speak to that, but I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the hairs on the back of my neck that it makes stand up.
So I'll pass it on to the sponsors. Whoever wants to answer that question, I assume the sponsors. I would just say generally, I think my understanding is that this contract originated in a council office. Yeah. And so the vendors are generally accountable. And now that we are bringing it to the entire council, I think that's now within the purview of everyone.
If I may just give some context, a couple of things I want to point out. One is, as you know, the rules are very clear. Any contract that's approved by the city above $100,000 annually must be approved by this body in the agenda, in a public discourse and debate. Anything under that can be approved by the folks responsible for that department. If it's under city manager, if it's under a council office, the council office. In this case, I secured the services of Mr. Zhang about a year ago for the amount of about $40,000 per year. The scope of work that you see on there was very specific. One was to develop the infrastructure and the organization and the support for an open farmers market, public market within the district. We have in the past tried to do farmers markets in Tower that required rerouting of bus routes, that created some challenges for some of the businesses because we had to close the street, that the feedback was there's not enough fruits and vegetables, it's more food trucks. This gentleman, outside of being a former member of this body, I think more than a decade ago, was the former presidential appointee of the Farm Agency Services, which is a massive agency under the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So he's well equipped, extremely well qualified for the work, and so we secured that. We also secured his services. As you know, this body has given multiple investments to small businesses to do facade improvements, mobile food vending. In all those exercises, we saw very little to no participation from business owners from the Southeast Asian community. So this contract wasn't meant to have somebody represent them. It was meant to make sure that the Southeast Asian community also benefited from the investments that we made to small businesses and mobile food vending grants and things of that nature. So as you referenced, the reports were directly to me because I was a contracting authority. In this case, the council president wanted to also secure his services for the specific work, I think, around the golf course and other items. I wanted to change his scope of service to also include ag preservation work. As you recall, I think last meeting we had a midnight discussion on Southeast Development Area. A lot of references were made to the preservation of agricultural land. I'm not a farmer. I have no background in ag preservation, much less the work around prime agriculture land that we're required to preserve under state rules. He is extremely qualified to advise us on ag preservation strategies and considerations that we should take account for. So as I noted with the council president, the rules are very black and white. Any contract that would exceed $100,000 has to come to this body. So when the council president inquired about also receiving his services, it triggered us bringing it to the council on the agenda. The scope of work is on there. I think Member Vang also was very clear. Our city attorney has been clear. Our city attorney's role is to confirm that the term of the contract is there, the scope of work is there, that insurance requirements, if any are required, are there, and that essentially meets all the legal elements required for contracting and is consistent across all contracting, whether you're consulting for us on the engineering side or for us on, the sewer plant. So that's the background. The reports are directly to those who are contracting for the services. So if they were being contracted by the city attorney or the city manager, she would be the one receiving the monthly reports, or the city attorney would be receiving monthly reports. So I am extremely satisfied with the services thus far, and my office continues to need the services, especially as we go down this path of potentially developing 9,000 acres that are primarily prime agricultural land in Southeast area. I think the council needs independent advice on how to do that effectively, and I just rely on a consultant that's looking at it from the perspective of housing or industrial development. That's really why we're here today. So I do appreciate the city attorney making sure that we follow the rules and that we put on the agenda once it was clear that it would meet that threshold.
I do appreciate that explanation. That clarifies it quite a bit for me. With the reports going to yourself and the council president, are the funds to pay for this consulting, and just to clarify, it's not annually for a contract with an individual for $100,000, it's per scope of work. So with this new scope of work and with the raising of $110,000, is that money coming out of districts 2 and 3 to hire the consultant? Is that why he's only giving the reports to you guys, or is it going to be like general fund?
Correct. So the agreement calls for the funds that he's advising our office on to come from my account. So
okay.
So my office, and historically it's come from my budget.
Would we be willing to add that into the contract? Because everything in here just says from City of Fresno, just for clarity.
The contract was approved by legal counsel. I'm not going to make changes on dais that I don't fully understand the ramifications of it. So,
okay. I think if we have it on the record that that money is coming from the districts who have contracted it and not just from general fund, then I would be totally okay with that. And
so just to confirm, the council budgets are general fund dollars. So
sorry, let me specify. It's coming contracted and everything being signed and initiated and employed by your two offices.
The intention is that the money that I've contracted for this vendor has come out of my district budget. My intention is for it to continue coming out of my district budget for my allocation.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
That's all I had.
With that, Council Vice President, I'll make a motion to approve.
Yeah, we were already heard public comment. We have a motion. There's a second. We have a second from Councilmember Maxwell. Is there any opposition to 2W? All right. Seeing none, item passes 6-0. We have the city attorney punched up.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I just want to have a point of order. I believe there was an inaccurate tabulation of the 9 a.m. the 9 a.m. item from today, the 2026 City Council election. It's my understanding that Councilmember Perea did not vote in favor of that item. So the vote count should be reflected 6-1. Or was it a recusal? I'm sorry, a recusal, so 6-0.
Okay, clerk, got that? Noted.
Yes, I have it.
All right. It is 12 p.m., but the council president, before he stepped out, did ask me to recognize, is Mr. Charlie Maxwell present? So you come on down. We're going to briefly open up for 3 minutes unscheduled communication. This is not going to stop us from doing a longer set of unscheduled communication later on. So you'll be the only speaker, Mr. Maxwell, per the council president's request to recognize you for 3 minutes, and just yourself. So whenever you're ready, we'll go ahead and get the clock started.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kabashi. I have photographs for members of the council and an outline. If somebody could pass these to your council members. My name is Charlie Maxwell. I have a residential address of 10925 Rusty Spur Lane, rural Clovis. Business address 10645 North Lanes, which is at the end of Lanes Road in Fresno. The gentleman standing behind me is Clay Davis, lives at 10672. Steve Clark has a business address 10725, and Dave Ronsert lives at the end of the road 10742. 2021, Mr. Clay Davis started contacting the city on how to lock off the end of Lanes Road. It is a dead-end road. We are inundated, as the pictures will show, with homeless people. I bought our property in November of 23. Mr. Clark bought his in January of 24, and we've been working with the city and county ever since to try to resolve the issue. The city contacted Fresno County and said, okay, just deed us the land, which they did. They completed that action. And then the city, somehow the attorney staff said that's illegal and asked them to redo it, to which the county said, we no longer own the land. What do you want us to do? We played for over a year, and then we had several meetings, and then they suggested LAFCO as a way to expand the city's influence. That started for an appearance by myself in front of LAFCO, January of 25. LAFCO's work is completed. And then we wrote a letter to the city again, to Jason Comet, who's a member of Steve Mosier's staff, as to how to proceed. We're all in agreement, the four of us, as to the location, the turnaround, and getting this gate done to lock off homeless people. And so that is stalled, and we came back and said, okay, enough is enough. We asked that city and council come before you. We got directed to a staff meeting which happened Monday of this week, some 20 people from both city and county trying to resolve the issue. Monday, I get a letter back from an unsigned party that said the vacation process can take now 8 to 10 months for step 1, step 2, 3 to 4 months. Folks, this has been going on for 37 months, and now we're looking at another 14 months. During that period of time, I leased a building in the adjacent property. I've lost over $20,000 in tools. Mr. Clark has lost his maintenance vehicles. Mr. Clay Davis's wife is afraid to come out of the property at night. Dave Bronsert has been physically assaulted by homeless people. We just want a gate. We would like to put it in. We asked at the 120 meeting, or the 112 meeting, we were not invited. We will self-perform. We'll be happy to do that. Can we hurry up and get this done? That's our question today. Personally, I retired from a 30-year career in 2004. I completed over 30 subdivisions in 6 jurisdictions. I dealt with gates,
Mr.
access codes, public right-of-way.
Your time here. Appreciate you coming out and sharing. We do have your documents that you provided to us, but that's going to conclude your 3 minutes. Thank you for joining us.
I would ask that since the first 20 seconds he was just introducing and saying addresses, you give him another like 20
Are you watching the clock?
Yeah.
Okay, 20 more seconds since you were, yeah.
Thank you. We're just asking for help. We are inundated with homeless people. The property I own used to be Fresno County Sportsman Club. That is completely redone. It is an unbelievable facility. It is being booked nightly for events. It's going to change from paying $10 a year in yearly sales tax to the city to over $100,000. I think maybe the city might like to enjoy that increase. It's how do we get this simple thing of putting a gate up and helping us.
All right, thank you,
But
Mr.
after
Maxwell.
37 months and now 14.
That'll be it. Yeah, you can thank Councilmember Richardson for watching the clock very closely on that one. That's going to take us to lunchtime at this point. We do have to return after the lunch hour for the balance of unscheduled communication as well as closed session. We're going to come back here to council at 1:40 p.m., 40 minutes after 1.
Okay, thank you all for waiting. At this time, we're going to break for closed session. We will return from closed session once we finish our deliberations. I'm sorry, before we break, there is a statement by the city attorney.
Yeah.
And you're going to read off the agenda. I'm sorry. That too.
No, it's okay. Just one quick correction to a statement that I made earlier about correcting the record. It was not a recusal by Councilmember Perea. It was an abstention. So if that can be reflected in the record. Yeah, I'm doing it now. Good afternoon, everyone. Today in closed session, we have item 5A, conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Item 5B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Miguel Nunez Garcia versus City of Fresno. Item 5C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Sarah J. Gray versus City of Fresno. Item 5D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Lakibia Wilson versus City of Fresno. Item 5E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. We may have reportable items after closed session today. Okay, here we go.
Without further delay, we're going to resume the open session portion of the council meeting at 4:40 p.m. Wait for our city attorney to come back for any reporting out of closed session. In the meantime, we are going to unscheduled communication. Anyone wishing to address the council will have 3 minutes, and this is your opportunity. Please do come forward.
I need my microphone on.
There you go.
I want to be very clear today. I'm not afraid of developers. I'm not afraid of politicians. I'm not afraid of phone calls. Where'd she go? Made behind closed doors. I'm not afraid of the power that operates in silence. I am one woman, yes, but I stand and I will stand 10 toes down to the truth. I've spent years advocating for people who have nothing, no lobbyists, no donors, no private meetings, no protection. And I have learned something very important in that time, that when you speak the truth, people who benefit from silence get very uncomfortable. Let me say this plainly. Donations do not buy my silence. Contributions do not purchase my compliance. And access does not entitle anyone to control my voice. If resources were given to support the unhoused, then that's where they belong, not as leverage, not as currency, and not as a muzzle. I will continue to ask questions. I will continue to speak publicly. I will continue to oppose plans that harm our community, no matter who profits from it. And if my words make powerful people nervous, that's not my problem. That is the accountability knocking on your door. I welcome transparency. I welcome daylight. I welcome public dialogue. But what I won't accept is intimidation. I'm not hiding. My phone number is not a secret. Anyone can call me. Just understand this. Your words will never be louder than my truth. And the only people who should fear honest questions those who have something to hide. I also want to put into public record, today this morning, I personally observed Fresno City sanitation staff verbally directing unhoused individuals to leave a location. They are not law enforcement. So my question is to the city council, is the city of Fresno utilizing sanitation or code enforcement employees to enforce ordinance 102101? Because if that is happening, it is deeply concerning. City employees who are not sworn officers and should not be acting as law enforcement or enforcing removal under the ordinance. This morning, individuals were told they can only take 2 bags of their own belongings before the remaining property was discarded. I'm formally requesting clarification on this practice, and I am asking somebody from the city to follow up with me by email. I'm also requesting that any property that was taken this morning be returned to those individuals that it belongs to. I understand that that's not going to happen, but I just want to be clear and make this on the record that this was my concern. And please, stop having people call me because I am not going to be intimidated or retaliated.
Yeah, I think that's 3 minutes. Thank you so much, Des. Anyone else wishing to come up? Come on up. I do have some cards, too. Yep, if you wouldn't mind, sir, afterwards, please come on up. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Okay, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, let me see.
Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, just read the little thing. Okay, I'm gonna be reading from California, I believe, Civil Code or something to that effect. But basically, the board must give the public opportunity to comment on each agenda item before voting on the item. Let me see. Allow public comment on each item immediately before the body considers the item. Let me see. Ensures that the body has a clear and complete understanding of the public concern regarding the item. Limited public comment on agenda items to just one specific designated time rather than multiple times throughout the meeting before each agenda item may defeat this purpose. Okay. So to that, I'd like to say, when an item is presented on agenda, it's usually after the presentation that the board will ask questions or raise concerns in order for the public to engage in a meaningful way. It would make sense that you allow us also to hear the presentation before we give any meaningful or, you know what I'm saying, like more informed comment or be able to raise our concerns. Yeah, let's see. And public comment shouldn't be at any sporadic time to evade public comments from me or Des. I watched about 6-7 people leave from here. At 1:40, you told us to come back. It's been 3 hours, so you have no respect. That's like a big F you to those people. For whatever reason you chose, and you know we're gonna finish up. You guys came back, have us wait 3 hours, but it's gonna be over in less than 10 minutes. You guys are gonna learn, or you'll have your time, because you can only do so much, maybe, of this, but, let me see, yeah. And counsel, if you would please let your clients know not to violate my rights under the Brown Act, and this is the last time I'm going to ask. That's it.
Sir, come on up, and thank you for being patient.
Let's see, which one is listed? Council, first I'm going to direct this at you, President, but thank you to Councilmember Perea for coming and talking with me to address my concerns before you guys went to your closed council meeting. Arias is not here, but this is probably going to be the first and only time based on the outcome of this. Thank you for bringing up the elephant in the room across the nation with what's going on with ICE right now. I'm here to ask the council and the mayor, what are we going to do to make sure that our citizens are safe here in Fresno? And I mean, we have nothing to do with Bakersfield, but it does say a lot as far as our actions to protect everyone who is here in the city of Fresno, documented and non-documented. Now, we have proclamations all the time where we are honoring all our ethnic communities, and so we all know how vibrant it is here in Fresno with everyone that contributes to what makes Fresno great. Now, I'm not just speaking on an alert, because we know that ICE has terrorized communities, families, in many ways. Children who are being dropped off at school, being picked up, people who are visiting their court appearances or ICE meetings are just subject to these domestic terrorist mass goons who are separating families and destroying this country one constitutional right at a time. So I've waited here all day to be heard because it is something extremely important to me. The group that I co-founded, Fresno Resistance, along with every other organization and group here in Fresno that stands to defend our citizens and inform everyone about their rights regarding ICE. So now I'm asking you guys, what are you going to do? What does the city have in plan to protect our citizens? What does the mayor have in plan? You guys are elected officials throughout your districts, and you guys have influence among everyone within those districts. So what are you guys doing individually to protect us? It's insane. You guys are all aware of it, and I know I'm frustrated, so forgive me for piping up, but I've sat here all day just festering this anger and thinking about everybody else here in Fresno and in Bakersfield and all over the Central Valley who was affected by these mass terrorists. This administration's disregard for our public outcry, the citizens' outcry across the nation, along with safety, and like I said, its regard for our constitutional rights, it's been spoken out and everyone sees it now. It's time for Fresno to speak up and let its citizens know what it's going to do for them. We pay taxes, our non-documented citizens pay taxes, and I think it's worth noting that you guys should be able to come forward and say, we have a plan to protect Fresno and its citizens, documented or not. Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you for being here today. Any more members of the public wishing to comment on unscheduled communication at this time? Not seeing anybody come forward, we're going to end unscheduled communication. Before we get to, I think, a city attorney's comments, I do want to ask the city attorney and the city clerk a question, if you can just clarify for me. Any items we review in the agenda, presentations as well, are they available to the public beforehand? If you can speak at the microphone, sorry.
All items that are included with the agenda with regard to any information, announcements, or attachments are available to the public, both on our website. They are also available in our office. If you come to our office and request to view those items, they are available. We provide here just a copy of the agenda. The actual documents that we have for the meetings total at this particular meeting, 1,000 pages. At the last meeting, it was 1,300 pages. So it would be difficult to provide all
But they're
of
available
that.
in person at request or online?
Absolutely.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
And
On
online.
iLine as well.
Did the council permit the public to comment before we took a vote on any items? Before we took the vote, was the public provided an opportunity to provide input?
Yes, we were in compliance
Okay.
with public comment.
All right. And then did either of you observe us as a council violate anyone's rights under the Ralph M. Brown Act?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Or excuse me,
Okay.
Council President.
Okay.
I'm a lawyer.
Thank you. I just want that on the record. Okay. I do have some cards. I don't believe they're still here, but Alfred? That's you. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. And then we have Jim Elisar. And then Mr. Hernandez, I think it's Arando Hernandez. Okay, all right, just want to make sure. Okay, City Attorney, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have a report from closed session. Good afternoon. By a vote in closed session, the Fresno City Council has issued a limited waiver of the attorney-client privilege to allow the city attorney to disclose that the city attorney's office properly advised former council member Luis Chavez in January of 2023 that any future agreements with LGSC for the same services prior was required to go to the City Council for authorization under Fresno Municipal Code Section 4-107 sub E.
Thank you so much, City Attorney. And with that, meeting adjourned at 4:53 p.m. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Richardson, you have one comment. I apologize.
One comment, thanks. This is to the council a little bit, but mostly to the city departments. There was a gentleman who popped in earlier to drop off a thank you card. There was some work done by, I just wanted this on the record, by Public Works, getting out and repairing a gutter and a large water spill in front of a veteran's home who takes care of his middle-aged disabled son. And he just wanted me to, on the record, pass on the thanks to the workers in city streets with Public Works. So that's all I had. Council President.
Thank you, sir, Councilmember. And with that, meeting adjourned at 9:54 p.m. Thank you.
4:52.
4:54, I apologize.